Hello everyone and welcome to Moscow, Russia for the fourth and final Karate One Premier League of the season. Our program comes to you live from the CSKA Arena in the capital city of Russia and is being broadcast on TV networks around the world and live streamed on Karate World TV. I'm Billy Brennan and I will be providing you with live commentary for all of the action, so stay tuned. And here is the lineup of bronze medal matches on the schedule, and we'll be starting with the female bronze medal match, and this will be a double header between two athletes from Japan, and this is hot on the heels of the last Karate One Premier League in Cairo, Egypt, and of course that fantastic experience for the debut of the sport of karate in the Olympics. We have Olympic champions, we have Olympians, and we have world champions to bring to you in the program. So it is all action and another fantastic opportunity for karate. Now, for those of you who are less familiar with the sport of karate, there are three key areas. One is the basics, that's the kicks and the punches and the strikes, and that is referred to as the kion. And in the discipline that we'll be seeing first on the tatami, which is the name of the area, the mat, that is the space used for the practice and competition of karate, we'll be watching kata, which is the second key element, and that is a pattern of movement. It's referred to as the embassy, the shape of the kata. And as we can see in the arena here, in the CSKA Arena, we have some members of the audience, some younger members of the audience, but we don't have a full house as we would normally have because of the dreadful coronavirus pandemic, and it's taking its toll around the world, and no less so here in Russia. In kata, there are 102 choices for the athletes to perform.
Dobre utro, Moscow.
And I'll tell you more about that as we go through.
Good morning, Moscow. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, everybody, to the CSKA Arena, and welcome to this new edition of the Karate One Premier League by the World Karate Federation and the Russian Karate Federation. So let's go for it. This morning program begins with the bronze medal bouts. First category, as usual, female individual kata.
Now we're getting ready to welcome on to the tatami the referees and athletes, and as you will see, there are 7 referees lined up. They will take the formal bow, which is customary for karate, and then they will leave the area and sit behind the desk. They'll each have an iPad, and on that iPad they will input the scores for their decision. There are 2 key areas, that's technical performance and athletic performance. And technical performance has a weighting of 70% against 30% for that of athletic performance, as kata is a technical discipline.
So here we go, introducing first Aka, wearing red, from Japan, Ono Maho.
First onto the tatami, Ono Maho of Japan, 22 years of age, already performed Anan Tapuren Chatnyara Kushanku, her choice of kata in this bronze medal bout, Chibana no Kushanku.
And calling now, Ao, wearing blue, also from Japan, Shimizu Natsuki.
Shimizu Natsuki, 24 years of age. Her choice of kata
will perform Shibana no Kusanku. Ao will defend Shatanyara Kusanku.
And as you just heard from the ring announcer, Hoshin Redondo, the choice of kata for Shimizu is Chatanyara Kushanku. Now there are 102 katas that they can choose to perform. And the kata is a very key part of karate. And kata can be found in other areas of culture in Japan, including the making of tea. And of course, the other martial art of judo. So kata is a specific way of performing an art form, and it is to be done exactly the way it was originally intended. So as you can see on the graphic there, the name was Mahu Ono, but in some parts of the world, the introduction of the athletes would be with their family name first. That's why I refer to Ono Mahu. In the technical performance, that includes elements of the kata such as the stances, the dachi, which is this, for example, is shikodachi, where the feet is a straddle stance with the feet slightly splayed out. And there are kicks and strikes and blocks, all of which have a meaning in karate. Other elements of the technical performance are the transitional movements, and look for the symmetry. And this is called Nikoashi Dachi. It's a cat stance, where the weight is put back 90% onto the back leg. With kata, the athletes are allowed to make slight variation, but they couldn't make a significant change, for example, changing a kick to a punch. But slight hand positions may change. And that is the jumping front kick, the Mai Torigeri. And there we have a good example of the shikodachi, a straddle stance. As the athlete comes to the end, Ono completes her performance. And now it's just down to the judges to make their decisions and to input the scores. The athletic performance is about the strength, the speed, and the balance. Now, Shimizu Natsuki, no relation to Shio Kamizu, who is the Olympic silver medalist and former double world champion. But this is, they're no relation. This is the 24-year-old Shimizu Natsuki of Japan. Her choice of kata, Chatanyara Kushanku. And you'll notice the reference to Kushanku, and in the first instance, it was Chibana, and this is Chattanara. And these are referred to as the founding fathers of the kata and their version. So this is the version from Chattanyara, Chattan from Yara. Shout that you heard, the kiai. This is the summoning of the energy. Explosive technique. Well, that was a very polished performance of the Kata Chattanyara Kushanku from Shimizu Natsuki. And now the judges will put the scores in, and we will await the outcome of that. We'll hear a beep. Those scores will be calculated 70% in weighting of technical performance 30 against, and on the bottom of the screen you'll see in a moment a graphic, and as we await the scores, the chief judge, who is from Kazakhstan, Askar Moldagali, as there we see 17-2-2 against 16-9-4, 7-4-4 against 7-2-6, and the winner is indeed Ono Mahu,
So the bronze medalist for
who takes
Ono
the first bronze medal
from Japan. Our first bronze medal here in Moscow.
And once more, the formal bow as the athletes leave the area, but it is a bronze medal that goes to Ono Mahu, 22-year-old. Chance to have a look at some of the techniques that she performed in that kata of Shibana no Kushanku.
So we are ready for the next bout. This category, female individual kata, bout number 2. Introducing first, Aka, wearing red, coming from Italy, Adriana D'Onofrio.
Adriana D'Onofrio already performed the katas Kurarumfa, Papuren, Tamaren, Basai.
Now, Ao, wearing blue, also from Japan, Ono Hikaru.
Another athlete from Japan, Ono Hikaru. Her choice of kata in the bronze medal match will be Super Impact.
Ao will defend Super Impact.
See the referee panel as they leave the tatami and make their way to their seats. And it is Adriana D'Onofrio who will gather her thoughts as she makes her way onto the mat. She's already performed Kuala Lumpur, Papua and Tamara Basai. Her choice of kata in this bronze medal contest is Ohandai. Just to point out that once the kata has been performed, it cannot be repeated. So the athletes have to learn an incredible array of moves and techniques from the different kata. And some of them appear in more than one of the kata. So it is quite easy for some people to make mistakes and to perform part of one kata and then become confused. But that isn't going to be the case, I'm sure, for the likes of Adriana D'Onofrio. Hundreds of hours of practice, the years of preparation makes these athletes exceptional. You can see on the gi, the red embroidery on the shoulders. The athletes have to wear either red or blue, depending on which they've been drawn. There are 4 major styles of karate: Shotokan, Goju-ryu, Wada-ryu, and Shito-ryu. And the kata list on the WKF of those 102 kata are a variety across those styles, and the katas have to conform to the ruha, the kion of the particular style that the kata is from. So, as Tariana de Onofrio completes the kata with the formal bow. Those judges will be putting in the scores now. There are 7 judges, as I've said, and each have 2 scores to consider. That's 14 scores. The top 2 and the bottom 2 from each of the technical and athletic performance are taken away, and it's the balance of those results that form the overall score. And the judges are looking to make evaluation against the perfect kata. Now we have Ono Hikaru. She has already performed Kurarumfa, Anan, and Papuren. Her choice of kata in this bronze medal contest is Superempe. Is not beyond the realms of possibility, because it has in fact happened when an athlete has announced the wrong kata and started to perform the wrong kata as opposed to the one that has been officially put on the draw sheet, in which case they would be disqualified. It is rare, of course, but it is possible. So each of those katas on the list of 102 have a name, and some styles have the same name. Jion, for example, appears in more than one style. So each of the kata from the various styles has a unique reference number, 1 to 102. So the athlete has to, or the coach has to record the number and the name of the kata to make sure that there are no mistakes. In addition to the emphasis, the shape of the kata, the symmetry between one side and the other, the shape of the stances, the length of the stances, the weight distribution, all of which is being considered by the referees, the judges. You see the heel and the toes, that is the correct distance for shikodachi, for sanchin-dachi. This with shikodachi. The language for karate is Japanese. It's the international language of the sport. You don't have to be an expert in Japanese to appreciate the quality of what we see in the performance of kata. So try and look for any imbalance, loss of balance, differences in one side to the other of the stances. Whether the athlete is giving the illusion of power by slapping the sides of the gi. And that certainly is not the case here with this performance from Ono Hikaru. That was the score going in to the computer. D'Onofrio joins Ono on the tatami, and the chief judge from Canada, Yaroslav Tarana, makes his way to the other side. There's his technical score for D'Onofrio, 17-7-8. Score 7-5-6. We don't have the score for Ono on the graphic, but I can tell you that she has won the bronze medal, 26.22.
Congratulations.
Quite a convincing win there for that performance of Super MP. Chance to have a look at some of the techniques throughout that kata.
So let's go with the boys. Male individual kata. Introducing first, Aka, wearing red from Japan, Ikeda Ryusei.
Time for the men's kata now, and the bronze medal match. Again between two athletes from Japan. First out, Ikeda Ryusei, 22 years of age.
Calling now, wearing blue, also from Japan, Ayato Kai.
Ayato Kai, 24 years of age. Choices of kata for the contest. Ikeda has chosen Anan. He will perform first. He's already chosen Anan Dai and Ohan Dai. You can see there, two names, Ohan and Ohan Dai. There are similarities between the kata, but there are subtle differences. And it is important that the judges are aware of what is being looked for, and then they can make their judgments accordingly. In that short journey from the area onto the tatami, the thoughts that go through the athletes' minds, trying to bring together all of the knowledge and experience. And it's very important to be part of the Karate One Premier League, and this particularly is so in the Senior World Championship year, which is this year, 2021, and the World Championships will be taking place in Dubai, United Arab Emirates, in just a month or two, in fact in November. You can see the influence that Japan has on the world of kata in karate. We've already seen a significant number of Japanese athletes. That shows the depth of strength in the National Federation for Japan. And the world champion in male kata is also from Japan. Kyuna Ryo, three-time world champion and Olympic champion, the first ever Olympic champion in male kata. He's not performing here, but it does give opportunity for those other rising stars from Japan. And here is one right now, just 22 years of age. Ikeda Uesi completes the kata ana, and it was excellent. See, just waiting on the edge of the tatami, Ayoto Kai. His choice of kata is from Shotokan, so different style. His choice is Goju Shiho Dai. He's already performed Soshin, Goju Shiho Sho, and Ansu. Karate was introduced into mainland Japan from Okinawa island to the south of mainland China, mainland Japan, not China. Karate actually originated in China, stemmed from White Crane Kung Fu and made its way to Okinawa. Karate, as we know it now, originated from three key areas in Naha, Tamari, and Shire. Cities in the south of the island. Yichin Funakoshi was the founder of modern karate in the style of Shotokan. Which means pine waves, depicting the way that the pine tree would sway under the power of the wind, never breaking. Watch for the fast turns into the kibidachi. Kibidachi, again that straddle stance, but the foot position is different from that of shikodachi. As he steps back, the tetsui, bottom fist strike, and then the oizuki, the lunging punch. So now it's just down to the decision from the judges. Look at the scores in the graphic. 17-7-8 for Ikeda in technical performance. This is Anar Aliyaverdiev of Azerbaijan, the referee. Look, you see 25-4, 25.34 on the winner. And it goes to
Wearing red from
Aka.
Japan, Ikeda Ryusei.
Ikeda Ryusei. His performance of Anand secures the bronze medal. 25.34 against 25.4. That's how close, after all 7 judges have put in 2 scores each, and then the calculations are made. Just 3/10.
And we are ready for the next bout at this
difference.
category. Male individual kata. Introducing first, Aka, wearing red from the United States of America, Ariel Torres, the Olympic bronze medalist. And calling now, wearing blue from Spain, the Olympic silver medalist, Damian Quintero.
So what a treat we have in store here. 2 Olympians.
Anand Suparimpei.
2 Olympic medalists. The Olympic bronze medalist will go first. That is Ariel Torres Gutierrez from the United States. The 23-year-old will be performing the kata Anand. He is up against the fantastic Damian Quintero, 35 years of age. Quintero won the Olympic silver medal in Tokyo, the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. And that's a great moment for karate. And here is another great moment. This is the first contest between 2 Olympic medalists. This is the first ever contest between 2 Olympic medalists outside of the Olympic Games. History being made yet again for karate. Excellent, brilliant performance there from Ariel Torres Gutierrez. And sometimes it's not necessary to give any words because the actions of the athlete speaks volumes. Ariel Torres already had performed Kururumfa, Ohandai and Anandai. And now we'll wait the performance from the amazing world silver medalist, Olympic silver medalist, 6-time European champion, 11 times Karate One Premier League winner, Damian Quintero of Spain. Super Empe, his choice of kata. Already performed Kurulum for Ohandai and Anna. Brilliant transition movements from one to another. Excellent stances. Perfect weight distribution. So some may feel, why is it that we have two Olympic champions here in the bronze and silver medalists going for a bronze medal in the Karate One Premier League? Well, the answer is quite simple. You peak for the major events. Peak of their career was for the Olympics. You can't sustain that all of the time. And of course, there is the World Championships coming up in November. Exceptionally good turns, great speed. Tremendous focus. Jakugan. So just to savor those two excellent performances from Ariel Torres Gutierrez, the Olympic bronze medalist, and Damian Quintero, the Olympic silver medalist. And as we await the scores, you obviously have your own view on who performed the best today. And who is it going to be? We'll see in just one moment. 17.78. Technical performance for Gutierrez. 7.62. As the main judge, Javad Salimi from Islamic Republic of Iran, awards the win to Damian Quintero, 26.2 against 25.4. And a fabulous performance there from the Olympic silver medalist, Damian Quintero from Spain.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be having our tatami ready for some committee action in just a minute. And please, do remember that we'll be having our gold medal matches at 3 p.m.
So as the mat is being changed now from kata to kumite, you can see the rectangle being produced here from the mats. They can simply be turned over.
We do have the World Championships to be held in Dubai middle November.
Now it's just a chance to talk about kumite, which is that third element of karate, the kion, the kata, and the kumite. Kumite is where it all gets brought together. But here's a chance to have a look at some of the action so far in the program.
Introducing first, Aka, wearing red, from Hungary, Carmen Clement.
So as we now await the introductions, Carmen Clement of Hungary.
Wearing blue from Croatia, Jelena Pehar.
Angelina Pehar from Croatia make their way to the tatami. It gives me a chance to introduce to you a fantastic ambassador for the sport of karate and another Olympian. The first time I've had a chance to work with an Olympian in commentary for karate. And it is the twice world champion and member of the Athletes Commission from Brazil, Douglas Bruce. Welcome, Douglas.
Thank you, Billy. It's very nice to be here again and watch this amazing sport that I love so much.
Well, amazing sport it is indeed. And Douglas, we have to, I know we have the match going on and we need to concentrate on that, of course, but I want to get an indication from you about that wonderful experience of the Olympics in Tokyo 2020. So in a few moments when we get a chance, if we have a break, we will talk about that. I don't want to take anything away from these two athletes who are on the tatami, who would love to become an Olympian at some point in the future. We have in the red colors from Hungary, Carmen Clement, 22 years of age. She is up against Jelena Pehar of Croatia, just 21 years of age.
Two young athletes. Yes, two young athletes, and they are performing very well in this competition.
And it just shows that the conveyor belt of talent is rolling along with the World Karate Federation.
Yes, and there are a very good generation coming on, and this is very important for our sports. This is very nice. They are coming very motivated, and this is also very good.
So for those who are perhaps a little less familiar with the rules of kumite, you can see the graphic in the center of the picture here has the letters C1 and C2 under the scores, and there are yellow dots there, and they are to signify warnings, and the warnings are given to the fighters, the athletes who fall foul of the rules. If they get 3 of those yellow warnings, the next one would be red, and if it is red, they lose the match from a disqualification.
Yes, good. Chudan Yakuzuki for all. And we have 4 flags. So.
And you can see here the judges have 2 flags, a red and a blue. They will give the score to the first person that they see. And if they put their arm down to the side, that's a 1-point score, Yuko. If they put the hand out, their arm out horizontally, that's for a 2-point score, a wasari. Or if they put the flag directly above the head, then it is a 3-point score, an ippon. So look for those signals from the judges. And there must be 2 judges that give the same score, or give the same signal, and the referee then will stop the match and award the point. You can see here that there is a 1-point score for Jelena Faher of Croatia. And she also has a yellow dot alongside that number 1, and that is referred to as a senchu. That gives her a slight advantage. But it is possible to lose senchu later in the match if she falls foul of the rules.
Very good, that Shiburai. Yes, the Shiburai in Yakuzuki Jordan was perfect. Perfect timing, especially for the Ashibarai.
And the Ashibarai, an explanation of the Ashibarai, the foot sweep.
That's it.
And the objective is to unbalance.
Unbalance or maybe throw your opponent. So I remember when they, I think it was in 2001, when they changed rules, they gave the Nihon 2 points, right? I don't know if you remember like that.
Yes, I do, of course.
For Achibarai with Tsuki, was at that time was a Nihon, was 2 points.
To the back as well.
Or into the back as well. So it's and it's a very difficult technique to connect the Ashibarai with a technical, when a Tsuki technical in the goal. And this is and so you can see the ability of the athletes, and you can see the magic of karate.
There's another really fast punch there from Pehar.
Yes, there are only 1 flag, and I think coach from Al asked for the video reveal.
And a video review request here. We have 4 screens, and in the bottom right-hand corner you see the 2 referees who are looking at the screens, and they will decide which one gives them the best view to consider whether it was a valid score or not. And there are lots of things to remember to get right, aren't there, Douglas, to be able to score a point.
Yes.
So what's going through the mind of an athlete when they're putting in those techniques?
Actually, of course, we are always training for the 6 criteria that the referees request to give it a point. But I think the most important thing, of course, the 6 criteria is very important, but the target, it's very important, especially for the video reveal, because in the video reveal, the referee will check, of course, they will check 6 criteria, but they will looking forward for a target. And in the video, it's very easy to see if the punch is going out or if it's going in. So it's very important, the target.
Exactly right. And our first bronze medal has been won by Jelena Faher of Croatia, the minus 50 kilogram category. You were minus 60 kilogram category, and
Yes.
in the Olympics, Douglas, you were up against some heavier guys, weren't you? Because you didn't have a minus 60 category, you had to compete with minus 70.
Yes, at that time was other athletes from Brazil, they are in front of me in the world ranking, so he have the right to compete in the qualification event in -6'7". So my idea was to make a trial competition in Brazil to change to -7'5", and it was a good experience. It was very different, and I go to the qualification event in this division, and was a great experience for me. I went 2 matches, and but it was very nice. It was a very good experience. Now we have one more match for bronze medal in -15 kilograms.
Venezuela,
And
Salazar.
we have Elizaveta Grigorieva, just 18 years of age, and she's up against, from Venezuela, Jorgelis Salazar, 23 years of age.
Again, 2 young athletes.
Once more, it's a great opportunity. We have many Olympians and Olympic medalists and world medalists competing here in the Karate One Premier League in Moscow, Russia. But there are quite a significant number who are not competing, and it does give a chance for the youngsters to get on the world stage, because the Premier League is the only opportunity, isn't it, Douglas, for athletes to compete against athletes from other continents.
Perfect.
Other than the World Championships, isn't it?
Yes. Yes. So and of course we are looking forward for to become Olympic again and to back to the Olympics, because these young athletes they deserve this opportunity to try to be in Olympics again and to try to go to the Olympics maybe for the first time, and this is very important for us and for our sport.
There we saw the flags going out in favor of Elizaveta Grigorieva of Russia. The first point for one of the host nation's athletes, just 18 years of age. She's already on the scoreboard. She has the 1 point. Sensu lead is now 1 point each.
Very intense fight, very intense fight. Athletes are changing techniques all the time.
So how important would you say, Douglas, having a game plan, a strategy against your opponent?
Yes, I think this is something that, of course, now we know athletes. It's too easy to know athletes because we have now YouTube and other ways to study athletes, and to have a good strategy before competing is very important, especially if you can have a different strategy for each athlete. So this can be an advantage for you. So if you have this strategy, and if you can do this in advance, for sure this can help you to win a match.
Exactly. In the Olympics, for you were having to compete with people that you wouldn't normally compete with at different weights. How did you manage to prepare under those conditions?
Especially for the qualification event, when I compete to get the spot, was I trying to watch all athletes in these divisions, and I try to check special techniques and the ways that they like to do these techniques. So I try to use these and take advantage of this to try to beat in the match. Yes.
We see the score here now, 2 points to 1 in favor of Grigorieva from Russia. She's now extended that by a further Yuko. As you see the clock ticking down, 1 minute 20 seconds still remaining of the 3-minute bout. And every time the referee calls Yame, the bout stops. The referee Alessio Giraldi of Italy Another Yuko score for Grigoreva. You see the signal from the referee, that rectangle in the air shows that there's a video review request from the coach of Salazar. Believes that his fighter scored at the same time. Now, there were 3 judges that went with the score for Grigoreva, and 1 of the judges went for Salazar. And the judge's job is to give the first score that they see. So it's great, isn't it, Douglas, that the coach has that chance to use the card to to level a score, isn't it?
Yes, I think when they start with these rules, it's very important for our sport, because sometimes it's too fast. Sometimes referees is not a good view, so they cannot score this. And when you have this way, and that you can use the video, it's very important also for the athletes, because it's fair, because sometimes was a good point.
Absolutely.
And sometimes referees cannot see this, and I think this is very important for our sport to be fair.
And here is a great example of
Yes.
that. Perfect timing. As we see a successful call from the coach of Jorgeles Salazar of Venezuela, who now just trails by those 2 points. There is still the Senchu held by Grigoreva. 5 points to 3 she leads. There's an attempted kick there from Salazar. So when you're trailing, if you will find yourself in a trailing position here, you're 2 points to go, how do you put pressure on your athlete?
Of course, you need to look the time, because you need to see how much time you have. Now you have 30 seconds, so it's not only 2 points, it's 2 points plus Senchu.
Exactly.
So maybe you need 3 points, or maybe you can do 2 points and push your opponent to give some penalty C2 and the last 15 seconds, so maybe your opponent can lose the Senchu, and maybe in the hunting you can win. But this is a very difficult strategy. So I think the best way is to try to find a way to make two points, and maybe at the end to try to use maybe Atsuki to score ones. But remember, it's 2 points plus Senchu. So she needs at minimum 3 points to win the match.
Or force an error to make her opponent lose the Senchu.
Yes, that's it. I think this is strategy, and she had 30 seconds for that. Now she needs 4 points.
Yes. She made the attack. Of course, Grigoreva knew that she was going to have to come for her.
Yes.
So she was waiting for the trap.
No, this is the perfect say no saying. It's when you anticipate your opponent. This is I love this kind of strategy that we call in karate say no saying.
Say no saying.
Say no saying.
Correct.
Yes.
Now a video review request again from the coach of Jorgeles Salazar. Is the coach going to be successful again? Now the review team. You see the punches.
Touch in the face, but after
but
go out.
But it passed, didn't
Yes.
it? It passed. So you can see that blue pad go through there.
Yeah.
Now it's not our job to say yes or no, but it is the job of those 2 people in the right-hand corner, and it is a big no, not a score. And it was for the reason that you said there, Douglas. The punch went in, but it passed, didn't it?
Yes, that's it. And to see this in the video reveal, it's very easy. It's very easy to see this. Maybe in the normal match, maybe referees can score this point because it's too fast. But when you check this in the video reveal, you can see this. You see in slow motion, so you can see the details, and you can see the punch touch, but after pass, after hikate. So it's
and the hikate is the pullback. Well, there we have
a good kick from the Russian girl at the end of the match, and
we have an incorrect score. There's a It's 9 points to 3, not 6-6. So there have to be an 8-point clear difference between the two. Now it is time to say congratulations. And the win goes to Elisabetta Grigoreva. Well, that was a convincing win, wasn't it? What a super talent she is, just 18 years of age.
Yes, very good. And you see there, she have a very good timing for punch and also for kicks. So it is sometimes not too easy to have this timing with this age. Sometimes you need much more years training or experience to have this very good timing. And you can see she have very good timing.
Oh, what a beautiful shot.
Yes. She fake at Ura Mawashi, and she back with Mawashi, with Kizami Mawashi with the front leg. Yes, 1, 2, bam. That's it.
Excellent, and the height of the knee.
So it's
Yes.
time to see the boys again on the
This
tatami.
is something that make karate different of all other sports. So you see people kicking and punching and with control, and this is the most nice thing. So you can see it's like a semi-contact, but it's very nice and very easy to see the point and to understand.
That was a super technique. See, reference there to Ura Mawashi, the hooking kick to the back of the head and the roundhouse kick to the front of the head. So the language is Japanese, but the techniques are obvious for all to see.
Yeah. Now we'll have one match for my division, in minus 60.
And we have a great match to come here as well, because we have a 22-year-old from Hungary, in Andreas Kiss. As he's up against an Olympian and a world champion, Angelo Crescento from Italy. He lives in Sarno in Italy, which is his hometown. It sits at the foot of the Apennine Mountains. He's one of your opponents, Angelo Crescento. You obviously met him on the tatami before, Douglas.
Yeah. Yes, I fight against, I think some years ago, I fight against these two athletes. They are very good, and Crescento is very experienced world champion. I think that the Ungar's guy, it's a young player. I think he now it's around 22 years old, right?
Yes.
And so I think maybe it's the first medal match that he do in the Premier League. I think so. So it's one more time. You see the young generation coming out.
Yes, he hasn't won as a Karate One Premier League fighter before, but he has had a bronze medal in the Under-21 European Championships.
Yes, you see the good combination, Kizami Mawashi Chudan and Yakuzuki Jodan, very good combination.
And that Kazami is that front hand punch, the jab that you might see in perhaps in boxing or something of that different sport.
Yes, Angelo used this with the leg, so he push with this Kizami Mawashi with the kick Chudan. He pushed his opponent to going down with his guard, and after this he punched in the face. So it's a very good, like a fake. So he faking down and going up. So this is very good strategy. And he's still pushing in the match. They're winning 1-0, Senchu, and he's still pushing the match.
He wants to keep in control, doesn't he? He wants to maintain that pressure on his opponent here in Andreas Kiss.
Yes, and this feeling, you know, during the match you can see how your opponent react when they are losing or they are winning, and you try to use this to still pushing, or maybe you can go in back just a little bit. This is strategy, and this is the.
And at last, Andreas Kiss manages to escape that corner as he was being put under pressure from Crescento. that signal Wakarete from the Russian referee, Alexei Sorokin. Wakarete means to break. If you see him bring our arms together, that's Tosifate, that means to continue fighting.
And you see Angelo is still control the center of the tatami. He's still in the middle of the tatami, and this is good because he have much more space behind him if he want to go in back, if he want to do some kind of defensive strategy. So this is nice. So you can see very clear that he's still in the middle. So he have this way to do another strategy as well.
And he got that second point, didn't he? So he has the 2 points and the senchu. And the video review request here is for Andras Kiss.
Yes, one counter-attack, Yakuzuki Jordan, but I think he's going out. I think that was not a good target.
Well, we'll find out in a moment if it's going to be a yes or a no. And that's going to be an important decision. On that example there, it looked as though it passed by the side of the head. It looks as though Crescenzo managed to duck his head out of the way, and there we see its confirmation. It hasn't been scored, but there was no doubt about that one. That Kazamazuki you referred to, that front hand punch.
Very quickly, Kizamizuki and right distance. Maybe not touch, but maybe 5 centimeters. Very
Which is within the range to be able to score the point.
Perfect.
Doesn't have to make contact to score point, does it? Into the last 10 seconds we go, and it is a clear lead from the current world champion and the Olympian, Angelo Crescenzo. Comfortable performance from Crescenzo, wasn't it?
Yes, very experienced. Did 1 point, still pushing. After did 2 more points, and that's it. Control the match. So Angelo controlled this match. I think, was a very good strategy, and he just controlled the match. I think he used his experience in this match, and he controlled. Very simple, and he controlled the match.
We see how important a bronze medal is to Angelo.
Pam, pam. So
excellent.
He faked Kizamiwashi Jordan and Yakuzo Jordan. One, he fake, and Jordan.
Is it Yakuzuki, the reverse punch off
So
the
it's
backhand there?
for the second bout at this category. Male Comité minus 60 kilograms. Introducing now, Aka wearing red from the Russian Federation, Yuri Organisian.
Another young fighter from Russia, 19 years of age.
From Morocco, Abdel Ali Jinnah.
And Abdel Ali Jinnah, just 18 years of age from Morocco. Once more, 2 youngsters. Organisian has had a bronze medal in the European Championships as a senior. And the 18-year-old Jinnah from Morocco was a World Junior silver medalist.
Yes, once again, 2 young athletes, and they very good. They have a good, very good abilities with the legs, especially the Moroccan guy. He is very good left leg. Like to make some uramawashi and mawashi. So for sure, maybe we will see some kicks in this match.
Well, Jinnah came through the rounds having scored quite well. 6-5, he won his first bout, 3-1, then he got a 9-0 score, and then just lost in the semi-final, 3-3. Referee for the bout, Ahmad Salah of Kuwait. That signal is a chikoku, a warning. And that was against Oganessian. Oganessian in the red colors for Russia. No scores yet. Just coming into the last 2 minutes, 15 seconds. Oganessian trying to put his opponent under pressure in the corner. There's two parts to the fight going on, isn't there, Douglas? There's the physical that we can see, but the psychological, the thoughts, the testing, the pushing, the pulling, the process of trying to find an opening.
Yes, and when we do this, almost one Uramawashi. So when you start to push athletes and put the athlete in the corner, for sure, it's not only the pressure, physical pressure. It's a pressure in your mind, because the rhythm of the match is still going up. So your mind starts to thinking 1,000 things at the same time. So this is something very complicated.
Again,
combination. Yes.
That was that Chudan roundhouse kick, the Chudan Mawashi, and that punch at the same time. Good combination.
Yes.
Gets him the point. It's not opposed, so that hand signal gives him the senchu to go with it. There's the yellow dot. See there, Gina trying to come back. How conscious are you of the instructions from your coach as an athlete, Douglas?
Many times it's about timing, many times it's about distance. So many times coaching, they just ask me to become, to check all this time, these specific things, timing, distance, and of course, when you go training, you're training as hard as you can, but when you go to the competition, sometimes you miss something, and coach should to be there to remember and to give some advice, and this is it's very important, because maybe this can change the match. And now with the video review, it's very important.
So can I just ask your opinion on this, because we see the video review and it's been rejected. Sometimes to travel the other side of the world, as some people have come from the south of America to Russia, they can't always bring a coach with them.
Yes.
Is there a disadvantage then? Because the coach's job is to call for the video review and the athlete can't do that.
Yes.
Do you think it should be that the athlete should be able to call for the review as well?
Maybe can be a good idea, but I understand that it is very hard to manage this, how athletes can ask for a video review during the match. Maybe this can be looking as because you cannot speak during the match. So
Correct.
Maybe this can be, the referees can see this like a disrespect. And so I think it's hard to manage this, but you are right. When you travel the world, for example, for us from South America to go to Russia, we travel more than 36 hours. And sometimes we go alone. We come alone. There are no coach. There are nothing. So you need to find a way to fight and don't need the card or something. But maybe it can be a good advice, and maybe I can bring to my commission to try to improve this. Yes.
Well,
why not?
I mean, I only ask that because I've seen it happen where athletes, had they had a coach, they would have been a call, and potentially they would have got a point, but they didn't, and they lost the bout.
Yes.
And that seems perhaps a little unfair.
Yes. Now if you come to the competition, especially in the K1 that have the video review, and if you don't have a coach, maybe it's not a good thing. You should to have a coach to ask for this, because you can decide a match if you won or if you lose with a card.
Exactly.
We saw many times. We saw We saw this happen in the World Championships. We saw this happen in the Olympics, that the card is very important now.
Exactly, it is. And in some sport, like, for example, tennis,
Yes.
the player can call for a line judge
Yes.
to review.
Yes.
Perhaps there's a way.
Maybe we can think in something like that because, yes, to be fair with the athletes.
Yes. So we have a lead here, 2 points to 0, and this is in favor of Yurik Oganessian of Russia, the 19-year-old wearing the red colors. He's now losing the Senchu. It doesn't matter though, he wins the match and he takes the bronze medal.
A lot of Russian fans here shining for
from the Russian Federation. Bronze medal for him. Congratulations.
Another obviously popular win for the host nation, Russia.
Here we go, back to the ladies. Female committee minus 55 kilograms. This is our new category on the tatami. Coming now, Aka wearing red from Brazil, Valeria Komitskaki. Wearing blue, coming from Luxembourg, Jennifer Warlin.
So we have an opportunity here once more. One of your athletes from Brazil,
yes.
Valeria Kumizaki. You obviously know Valeria very
Yeah,
well.
for sure.
And so what can we be expected to see from
She's a very experienced athlete. I think if she can score first, I think she can win this match because she's very experienced, and I think she fight with this girl, Jennifer from Luxembourg. I think sometimes, and for sure it will be a very interesting match.
Well, Kumizaki has won on 7 occasions. She's been 7 times Karate One Premier League winner, so she's very, very experienced. She's also been a world silver medalist on 2 occasions, and she's up against Jennifer Warling of Luxembourg. She too has won at world level a world bronze medal as a junior. She has had a win in the Karate One Premier League. So it could be a close match.
Yeah, sure. Trying to find the right distance, but Jennifer all time she's moving backwards, so she couldn't find the right distance to attack. You see Valeria are trying to make 2-3 techniques, and she cannot find the distance.
The referee for the bout, Dmitry Asantsev of Russia. This is that kind of that bouncing, that testing phase of the bout. Each of them trying to look for an opening, a weakness in the defense, how to make the attack, and Kumizaki trying to use her legs as springs to spring into the attack, and she's been successful. She'll get that Yuko score, and there was a...
Did you reveal from Jennifer, yeah?
That's right. The referee was going to give the senchu, but he can't give the senchu because there may be a valid score from the coach of Jennifer Walling.
Was a Jordan Zuki, I think, as a counter-attack.
You see it here. As the attack came in from red, Kumazaki, there was the counter punch there from Walling with the blue pad.
Yes,
Did it meet the 6
Yes.
criteria? Yes, it did. Good call from the coach, wasn't it? And an example of how important that video review
Yes.
is.
And you see was too quickly, so referees cannot see. Only 2 referees see the red punch, but any referee can see the blue punch because it was too quickly. So this is why it's too important to have this video.
So it can be that it can be down to the speed of the technique or the view of the technique, but with the video review, there is a camera behind each of the 4 judges, and the review team, as you can see,
Ask
down
again
in the
for the
bottom corner. There's another video review being. This is a different one. It's not a replay of the previous one, but there's another video review from the coach. Can he be successful again? He's certainly gone over the top, and yes, he has. What a great call from the coach.
I forgot the Senchu. Yes.
So this time there is the Senchu, and it goes for Jennifer Walling, who leads now 2 points to 1. And she has the Senchu. The yellow dot on the graphic hasn't appeared yet.
Yes, now the Brazilian coach asked for a card for the video review, and I think it was a good punch from Valeria. Let's check in the video.
And there's the punch going in. The one that scored from blue, Warning. There's the punch from Warning, and the one over the top from Kumazaki is the one that's being considered by Jawad Salimi.
The second one looking inside, looking the target, but we need to see what the referees.
And again, a great call from the coach. And here we have some really good examples of the technology that karate now enjoys. So we have a 3-2 score. There is a Senchu advantage for Jennifer Walling, although the yellow dot is not on your graphic. It is indeed in play. So Kumazaki needs to score 4 points or to force an error in this last 15 seconds of in the last 15 seconds of the bout to force that.
Yes, was a timing with Yakuzuki Chudan from Ao, from Jennifer. Was good timing. She punched at the same time that Valeria started with Zuki.
So Ao is the reference to blue in Japanese, and red is Aka. So they're the 2 technical names for the colors.
One more time, we have 4 flags for Ao from Jennifer, for the Jordan Zuki, but also the coach from Brazil asked for a video review, and maybe was in again. Let's check in the video, but was a good combination with Kizami Yakuzuki from Valeria.
Now here's an opportunity to just think about the 4 judges all saw blue. They all went for blue. Their job is to give the score that they see first. They may actually have seen both, but they only can score the one they see first.
Yes.
It still means that red could score. If it were before Yame, both techniques can score. But in this occasion, it hasn't been accepted. And now the coach for Valeria Kumazaki has lost the card. No more challenges, no more opportunities for a video review call.
And now you see Jennifer are moving much more than usually. She are using this strategy to go to the corner, and she moved to the other corner, and she started to get time with this. Look.
Now I've seen a certain Douglas Bruce in the corner like that, and instead of stepping off the tatami, he delivered the most amazing Toby Yoshiro Uramawashi, or the jumping spinning reverse kick. And it was sensational, wasn't it? And you were the man who did that. It's out there on YouTube if anybody wants to watch it. It is spectacular.
Yeah, many people ask me about this kick, and I trained this kick a lot, and that opportunity was I couldn't apply this in the very good time, and it was inside, and it was a nice kick. It was a very nice kick.
It was an exceptionally nice kick, wasn't it? But there was a clever movement, wasn't there, around. And it was, in fact, the attack from Kumazaki that forced her to go off the tatami instead.
You see Jennifer using a very, for sure, Jennifer, she's called, study a lot Valeria, and they use that very right strategy, because she's a very good athlete and she's very experienced, and for sure, they study and they use a right strategy.
So when you refer to strategy, depending on whether you're winning or whether you're losing, how you then decide to move that around that whole area, the tatami, that's an 8-meter square, isn't it? And I guess as part of your training, you put yourselves in those scenarios?
Yes, all the time. We try to change the scenarios to try to repeat the same that maybe will happen here in the competition, and especially the moments and the way to attack. I think this is something very important, the timing. And we know timing is one of the criteria to score. So it's not only about timing, it's timing and distance. There are two criteria that are very connected. So this is something that athletes should do training every day. Timing, distance is something very important.
When you say everyday training, how many hours? You're an Olympian, Douglas. You're a double world champion. How much time do you devote to karate?
Usually I train twice a day, around 2 hours per day, and sometimes focus in karate, sometimes focus in the physical part, but always trying to improve my techniques, special timing and special distance. That's something very important in our sport.
So I'm going to ask you in a moment about any key tips that you might give to youngsters or anybody who wants to get into international competition, and what would that golden nugget of information be?
Okay, let's see. I saw many young athletes, they are still hesitate too much, especially when I see some matches and the European level, but for young, and they hesitate too much, and they need to try. They need to do it. They need to understand that they should to push themselves and just don't be afraid to lose or to win, because many young athletes they have too much fear to lose.
That is such an important point you make.
Yes, and
they're scared to lose.
Yes, and this is for young athletes. They should to try to forget this and just try to give your best in each training, and don't hesitate. Just try, of course, trying to find a way to train the right and to go to the competition and try to do this in the right way, but don't hesitate. Just try. And after that, maybe you can find your self way to do things.
So is there a message there for coaches? Don't expect your athlete to win every single time. Don't put unnecessary pressure on. Let them express themselves.
That's it. Perfect. I think this is something special for young athletes, and we see very good young athletes here. And I think this is very important, special for young athletes.
Excellent. So there's a clear message from a double world champion, an Olympian, fantastic Athletes Commission member, Douglas Bruce. Let your fighters express themselves and don't put them under unnecessary pressure. There's a bit of pressure here coming to the video review team, because they have the responsibility now to decide whether or not this is going to be a point. The review is for the Uramawashi, the hooking kick, and it's for Carlota Fernandez of Spain, 26 years of age. And she's up against Alexandra Belosova of Russia, just 18 years old. But it's been rejected, not a score. World champion in this division, the female minus 55 kilogram, is from Poland, Dorota Banasztyk.
You see when the athletes, they know each other, they anticipate some movement. So you see the Russian girl up in his arm before the Spanish girl started Uramawashi. So for sure she know that she liked this kind of technique. So she anticipates the block. So this is something very funny in North sport, because you see that they study each other.
Yes, you saw the attack from Fernandez. He went in low with that reverse punch to the body, and the punch over the top there from Loelseva was the successful one. But of course Fernandez, her coach, has now lost the card because she had that earlier challenge from the earlier video review. And now it is a video review request from the coach of Alexandra Belosova. Whether that met the criteria for distance, because that technique has to have 6 criteria. It has to be vigorous application, it has to be really fast. Correct distance, can't be too close, can't be too far away. The video review team have both left the area for a moment there, but they'd already made their decision, and it's been relayed back to the tatami, into the action once more.
That was a good timing for Yakuzuki, reverse point, Trudan, the body from the Spanish girl.
1 point each with just over a minute to go. The only difference is the yellow dot, as you see, the Senchu held by Belosova.
And you see, it's very common when you score with some kind of technique and strategy, you try to repeat the same technique. So you see that she find a way to score, and she's trying to continue in this way. Now she changed strategy, she's changed her strategy, she's started to move in back, because she started winning.
And the clever way there that Fernandez stepped around her attacker, Belosova, was the one who then ended up going off the tatami. The referee for the match giving that point. The referee for the match is Tamara Balua from Georgia. It was a birthday yesterday, and she is the wife of another Olympian, Gogita Okania.
Yes, Gogita, I know him. He's a very good friend of mine, and he will the final. He'll do final today.
He is indeed.
Plus 84.
He qualified on her birthday. Well, that was great. And what a fantastic example their family is for karate. It's a family sport.
Yes, and this is karate. Karate, it's a family sport. Karate is something that when you start karate, sometimes I saw in my country, kids start karate, and after maybe 1 year, the parents start to do karate with the kid. And after kids stop karate, and the parents continue doing the karate. So this is something very, very nice for our sport, because it's become a family sport.
And karate is a sport that can be for life, isn't it? Because there are so many facets. You can be a competitor, you can be a coach, you can be a supporter, you can be a timekeeper, you can be taking part in the sport right through your life from start to finish.
Yes, you can use karate to construct your character. And this is something very important. So karate is not only, of course, sport is it's a little part of karate, but karate is for your life. You can use karate for the rest of your life. And this, I think, this is the main thing of karate. You can change your life with karate.
You can indeed, and how it shaped your life, Douglas.
Yes.
Without karate, well, thank God that you chose karate as a sport. You have the skill as an athlete to do lots of other things, but we are so lucky in karate to have athletes like you.
Thank you, thank you.
You're also a coach. You influence youngsters. You are on the athletes commission. So many things that you can continue.
Perfect. And maybe so many lives that you can change with this. And this is the point, especially when I'm in Brazil and training, and sometimes when I share in the seminars, I saw that maybe this little part maybe can change life from your kid, from own kid maybe in the other side of the world. So this is the magic of karate. This is something that maybe, I don't know other sports, but for sure karate can influence this kid to be maybe a good athlete, but only to use karate for his life.
130 million practitioners of karate around the world. It's an incredible sport. It's an Olympic sport. And look at the speed of that technique in there with Fernandez taking that win. Great example.
Yeah.
Here we go, back to the boys again. Male 2 meter, under 67 kilograms.
Male minus 67 kilogram category.
Introducing first, Aka, wearing red from the Russian Federation, Danila Mikhailichenko.
Danila Mikhailichenko, 28 years of age.
Yunus Uladhar.
Yunus Uladhar from Belgium, just 20 years of age. Was a junior silver medalist in the Continental Championships and a bronze medalist as a cadet. Came through the rounds 4-3, 3-2, 5-4 win, and then lost in the semi-final 3 points to 7. Kalichenko, his way into this bronze medal match was a 3-0. Lost in the second round, but then came back in the repechage, 3-1, and then a 0-0 Hante decision. The referee for the bout is Vugar Karamov of Azerbaijan. Like many sports, the opening seconds or minutes of whatever the sport is, it's all about trying to feel your way, find your way on the tatami, what strategy to do, how to implement your plan, isn't it, Douglas?
Exactly. This first seconds, 15, 20 seconds, you use to check your opponent, to test your opponent. You make some fakes. As you can see, they touch with a shibarai, with the front leg. They touch 2 or 3 times just to check what kind of reaction your opponent has when you do this kind of fake. So maybe with this information, you can choose your best technique. You can choose the best strategy to use.
Now we saw here both of the athletes have received a warning, first category. Now they did go off for quite some time without the action, and the referee's job is to try to get them to engage, isn't he? And sometimes that can take too long, and then can lead to a penalty.
And you see, was a good kick from Russian guy in the clinch. It was after one combination of Zukis, they are stay chest, and they just going out too quickly and kick.
So we see Mikhailchenko of Russia in the red colors with that 3-point score for the ippon for that kick. He also has the senchu advantage, that yellow dot alongside the score.
And this is a good beginner. He's a good beginner. 3 points and senchu.
Very strong,
good, yes,
isn't it?
Very good beginner.
Entering the halfway stage of the bout. Good counter punch there from Olad Haj Amar. Gets one of those points back.
Yes, in high-level match, you cannot make this mistake. I mean, you cannot, because if you throw one technique outside of the distance, for sure, your opponent will do some counter-attack, and this maybe can be a not good thing for you. So it's very important to don't make any mistake.
But then you can see, again, where Mikhailchenko had perhaps switched off a fraction after that 3-point score, and then he's gone back on track again and implementing that plan.
Perfect. You know, he moving back, and the Belgian guy start to moving forward, and he find the right time to get this Bawashi Chuda.
It's 5 points to 1. Mikhailchenko of Russia leads. Olad Hajmar gets another warning. He's on 2 of those yellow cards now. There's the Chudan. Chudan being the midsection. Round kick to the back. Once more from Mikhailchenko.
I think was too low.
They hit the hip, I think, didn't
Yes.
it? So, and that's an area. There's the key areas for attack can be the face, the chest, the side, the back. The throat is actually a target area, but you can't make contact. And that may well have been the case there.
Yes, maybe it's a too strong punch in the neck.
You see that signal. The referee is recommending to the team of officials that there is a contact violation. And now C1 against the fighter from Belgium. And the warnings don't cross-accumulate, so they are independent of each other. And that's another contact violation, another violation. That's another yellow for C2. The next one will be red. If he falls foul of that C2 category anymore, he'll lose the match. Still really going for it here, though. So he should.
It was good throw, but I think punch was not in. I think he punched during the throwing. So.
Well, we get a chance to have a review of this because the video review team will be analysing this. There's the sweep. That's the Ashibarai you referred to. From that position, we couldn't quite see because he's got his back to the camera. And here's another better. This is a better view. There's the punch, and you're absolutely right. And do the video review team agree that the punch missed? Let's have a look.
Yes. It was a good throw, but the punch, just remember, because you need to throw your opponent, or your opponent should be in the ground with the back, but the punch should connect.
And it didn't, and that's why there was a no. So it was great that you, and you observed that in a millisecond, you knew that it wasn't a score.
Yeah, I think my eyes are training for that, because as usual, you know, because we see karate all the time, and we train karate, so it's very, for us, it's sometimes it's very simple thing to see. But of course, not any people who's not training karate and who's not do karate every day can see this.
Because it happens so quickly, doesn't it? There was another video review request.
But you see, this video review was only for stop the match.
It was tactical.
It was tactical, was not for, because it was very clear that kick is out, but the coach asked for this video review just to stop the match. Because the Belgian guy are pushing too much. The Russian guy, and that's why the Russian coach asked for this card. So sometimes not only for request a point, but also you can use as a tactical thing.
Now here's an interesting consideration, because earlier we were talking about, can the athlete call for a coach? Wouldn't it be a good idea? In this situation, perhaps it wouldn't, because he would have used it as a tactical position to stop the pressure coming against him. So that's a reason maybe that they shouldn't have the video review record.
How to manage, how athletes manage this? Well, you know, asking for the stop the match, because now with the video review, the coach can ask for any punch, any technique, and independent of
so here we go, one more
bout
of this
judgment is for the referees, but he can ask for this, and when he asks for this, the referee should stop the match.
Exactly.
And this is, you know, so this can be a good stop. They use too much this in the volleyball, and this is something very important to stop the match, and sometimes the right time.
Ready move from Azerbaijan, Dural, Agalarusade.
Staying with the male minus 67 kilogram category here for the fourth and final Karate One Premier League in Moscow, Russia. And it is a bout between Austria and Azerbaijan. Austria's Stefan Orkoni. He's up against Taral Algazari of Azerbaijan.
Yes, 7 seconds, and we'll have 2 scores, 1 for each.
And here we were talking about maybe the first 15, 20 seconds could be testing, or you can get an explosive start and completely change things around. So it's difficult for an athlete to know which way your opponent's going to play this. Is he going to be, let's move around nice and easy, or should we bang, make the attack?
Yeah, you should be ready for everything. And I like this kind of strategy that you have 3-4 seconds to study and just go. Don't hesitate too much, because you can surprise your opponent, because your opponent maybe are thinking to study for 5, 10 seconds, 15 seconds, and you just surprise him with some technique or some combination. And I think also this make the referees looking look into you as you know, he are looking for a match, he are looking for a point.
Yes.
So I think the referees start to look in you more than your opponent. Of course, they're looking at everything, but when you start to do techniques, I think it's automatically the referees start to look in you.
There's almost
an
expectation.
Of course, because you are showing something, so they want to see what you show.
Yes, yes.
And I think the eyes of the referee start to go for you.
So that's an interesting area that you're touching on here, is how you as an athlete can change the mindset of the referee, or attempt to change the mindset of the referees and judges, with building their confidence in you as an athlete. And because we're not robots, we are human beings, and we are subject to emotion, and emotion can be, you can train as much as you like, but you can't change the fact that you're people.
Yes, and sometimes it's negative, your instinct, because when you see something move too fast, it's very common that you look there. So when I start some technique, it's very probably that the referee is looking to me, looking to my technique. They will not look at the other guy that stopped it. He will look what I will show to him. So it's because why I was talking about the young people, don't hesitate, just try, just go, just try to change this mindset and just go, because probably when you start with your attack, you have much more probability to score than if you wait for a counter-attack or for something.
Now, were there a score or a counter-attack here? Because both of these have been put into a video review request from red and for blue. And both punches going in at the same time. Now, did both of them score? One of them score? What do you think? Have a look at that.
Maybe, both? Yes. I think they hit in the hand. Because when you do the hikate, you do the straight punch, and the other hand goes close to the chest, and maybe they punch the hand of each other.
Correct. So it didn't meet the target.
Yes.
Didn't meet the criteria, and therefore didn't score. This one did, though. It's going to be a point for Azerbaijan's Aglazadeh. Taking a knock on the way through. Leading at the moment is Stefan Polconi, and he has the 2 points to 1. He also has the Senchu. That yellow dot hasn't appeared on the graphic on screen, but it is on the scoreboard. And you can see on the scoreboard at the back there, there's a yellow ring, a red ring next to the number 2. That's the Senchu. So the first punch went out, and the flags came up there for the score for Aglazadeh. There's the point. It's now 2-2, the only difference being the Senchu, and there's a contact violation against Polconi. He's on a second level, Keikoku, 2 yellow dots. Fast reverse punch once more from Aglazadeh in blue.
Yeah, good counter-attack from Austrian guy.
So Polconi has that Senchu difference. It's 3-3 on the scoreboard, but there is an advantage with the Senchu held by Stefan Polconi. Once more, Aglazadeh goes in with that punch. Now, neither of the coaches can call for a video review because it was rejected on both counts, so the cards have been lost by the coaches. 4 points to 3 now. Polconi leads.
Yes, now Polconi start to close the distance. So the Azerbaijan guy don't have the good distance to make a point. So this is some kind of the strategy. Sometimes to make a defensive strategy, you not only need to go in moving back, you can move forward also in our sports, because if you cut the good distance, if you cut the 1 or 2 criteria, it's not point. This is the one way to block.
Yes, and you see sometimes fighters will throw in a fast Zuki, a fast punch, and then follow their body in to stop the counter punch.
That's it. And this is a strategy of all sports, that you can block some kind of techniques. Not necessarily like a Gono saying to use your power to block like a regular Ageoke, Gedambarai, not only like this, but you can close the distance. Even if you punch touching you, but you close the distance, not a good distance, so the referee will not score.
Correct. So the block is actually using your body to put it in a position that stops them as an opponent being able to meet the criteria to score.
Yes.
clever tactics.
Yeah, you fight with you fight with the rules, and this is something very important for high-level athletes.
This is something very important for coaches, isn't it? To really
Yes.
understand the rules and the complexity of the sport, if it is complex, to make sure that your opponent, your athlete has the best opportunity to
One more
utilize
category on our
those rules to
tatami.
win.
That's it.
Female committee, minus 61 kilograms. Female committee, under 61 kilograms. We have a new category on our tatami. Here we have our referees in charge. And now, calling first, Aka wearing red from Belarus, Maria Azareva.
Female minus 61 kilogram category.
From Canada, Aya Yuma.
Aya Yuma from Canada, wearing the blue colors. She's up against Maria Azareva of Belarus. Maybe just an opportunity to reflect on the fantastic organization that's gone into putting on this Karate One Premier League here in Moscow, Russia. This is the second time the Karate One Premier League has been here in Russia, and what a fantastic job the Russian Federation does.
Yes, yeah, you should congratulate the Russian Federation because it's a very nice organization. Especially with the protocols for COVID and for everything. So I think everything was perfect. And also congratulate the work at the federation for this. It's something show that our sports are professional, and this is something is important. Some people should to see this, and we can do something very very professional.
And it's great to see the adaptability of sport in general, isn't it? How sport around the world has been able to continue despite this pandemic of COVID.
Yes.
And the way that the officials and the athletes and the coaches have been able to apply different strategies to get around the problem and to be able to deliver safe sport.
Yes, perfect.
So in this first 1 minute and 22 seconds still on the clock, there are warnings in category 2 against both the athletes here. Azareva wearing the red colors for Belarus, and Yuma Haya of Canada. No scores.
Yes, Yuma are putting much more pressure, and also she try much more techniques than his opponent, and this maybe can count in for the Hante. So this is something it's important for us to show this volume, to try to don't hesitate, because this is one of the criteria also for when the referees judge about the handate. You give this volume, you give this volume of tactics, of punches, of kicks, of techniques.
So if you're not quite sure what hante is, it is, should the score at the end of the match be the same? For example, here 0-0. If it were 0-0 at the end, the referee would then call hante, and the judges would make a decision, either red or blue. And the majority of the 5 judges, say 3 go for blue or 3 go for red, then that athlete would win. And the criteria that you're referring to, Douglas, obviously is the vigorous application, the way that the fighting spirit, the strength and fighting spirit of the athletes, the one who's adopted the majority of the action. These are the things that the judges are considering throughout the bout, aren't they, from start to finish?
Yes, and as you can see, Juma dominates the tatami all the time. She or in the middle. I think for 2 minutes, 3 minutes, she are in the middle, and she tried the most part of the technique. She tried. I think for sure she won, in my opinion. Of course, we need to wait for the referees, but I think she gave them much more volume in this match.
And she has the fighting spirit to go with it. And you can see here all 5 judges going, the referee and the 4 judges, all going in favour of Juma Haya, and for the reasons that you explained so eloquently there, Douglas.
Our first day decision here on this morning brawl.
So that was the first time that we've seen a decision by the judges, and much better to have scores from the athletes, but it's not always possible, is it, to see
so we are ready
karate that's going to produce high scores.
Female kumite minus 61 kilograms.
Staying with the female minus 61 kilogram, this is going to be a match between Kazakhstan and Ingrida Sushinkova. And that's a fantastic view of the stadium here, the
minus 61 kilograms
Sieska
bronze medal bout
Arena
#2.
here in Moscow, Russia.
Yes, and this is the last Premier League before the World Championship.
Introducing first, Aka, wearing red from Kazakhstan, Asel Kanai.
Asel Kanai from Kazakhstan, wearing the red colours. And Kazakhstan are a nation now that are producing such fantastic fighters, aren't they?
Yes, yes. They I think 4, 5 or 6 years ago they start to growing too much. They always be a good nation with karate, but I think 5 or 6 years ago they start to have very good results, and many athletes become champions. Many young athletes start to come in. So you can see some examples of this team. They have very good young athletes, especially girls and men.
So,
and they have almost the same way of fight, and this is something nice when you see athletes from different nations fighting. Sometimes you can identify, okay, this guy is from Kazakhstan, because you see the style of fight. You can see the technical style. So this is something very nice. You can recognize people and athletes from France. You can recognize people from maybe some Egypt, from Turkey, from Azerbaijan, because they have more or less same style to fight.
So can you give an example of some of those styles?
Yes, for example, when you see Egyptian guys, the way that they like to do Kizami Gyakusuki, and the way that they do
front hand punch, that reverse hand punch off the backhand.
And the footwork that they do, almost all athletes do it the same technique. Of course, you know the Kisami Gyakusuke is one universal technique, but the way that they do all in the same way.
Right.
And this is something very nice that you can identify. Okay, this guy is from, I think, this guy is from Egypt, or this guy is from Morocco, because they always have same style to fight, and this is something nice.
So you can use that study of style to understand the strengths and weaknesses of your opponent. And perhaps this is why it's a good reason to be able to watch Karate World TV, in particular with the WKF, to study how, and wherever the TV transmissions are around the world, to be able to study.
Yes. You can see, for example, other example that we have is was the Japanese guys. When they fight, they always fight almost in the same style. You can see the way of the guard, the way of their stance, so it's almost same style. So you can recognize some details, and you can recognize, and you can see. Of course, there are no better way or always
just different approaches, different ways.
Yes, only different ways to do the same thing. And this is something. This is the magic of the sport, because it's different ways to do the same thing.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. And to camouflage and to hide as much of the attacks, and to spring surprises and find something different and something new.
Yes.
And that's another area, actually, innovation. In your time as an athlete and your illustrious career, Douglas, how do you develop a new idea? Have you trained a particular technique? Or I'm going to try to do this and to see how it works. Can you give any example of where you've done this?
I try to train in special. It's too much hard to train different techniques, because all sports, of course, you will know karate. There are thousands of techniques, but when you go to the competition, they reduce this kind of techniques for maybe front hand punch, back hand punch. So you cannot use, for example, we have in karate in Mawashi-zuki and Oda-zuki that we can see, special Oda-zuki or Age-zuki that we can see in kata.
So just for people who are not familiar, it's like a hook in boxing, is a Mawashi-zuki, or a
Oda-zuki,
like an uppercut or something. You can't use techniques like that. They have to be, to meet that criteria, that 6 criteria to score, they have to be recognized karate techniques.
Yes, so we have this technique in karate, but in sport karate, it's not usually you use this kind of technique. So, of course, we reduce, when we go to the sport karate, it's maybe less techniques. So I think one thing that we can change is the timing to make this technique, to surprise your opponent, because the most part of the athletes, they do always the same technique. Front hand punch, back hand punch, it's Kizami-zuki, Gyaku-zuki, maybe one Mawashi, Ura Mawashi was 2 different kicks. Sometimes one Ushiro-ura Mawashi, one Yokogeri, and there are no more.
In times before, you would see Maigeri, front kick, but you don't see that so much now.
Not so much. There are some athletes, they still do it, and because when they do, it's a surprise. It's a big surprise. Sometimes not only for their opponent, but also for referees. Referees sometimes are surprised. Okay, one Maigeri, so I should give point or not, because it's a different, it's a not common technique. Let's say like that.
A famous surprise that I do recall is from Matsuhisa, from Japan, with the Sasori-geri, the scorpion kick against Agayev, Rafael Agayev.
Yes, in Serbia, in the World Championship in Belgrade.
That was amazing.
It was a different kick, and many part of not only the referees, but the spectators are surprised with this kick.
Exactly.
And it was something very nice. And after that, many people start to do it. Exactly. It was very good at Mawashi. Yes.
And there was a fantastic Jorankeri here.
Yes, this is it's very important to not stop at fighting, and she just follow up and she continue fighting. Even after she received attacks from Kazakhstan girl, she just follow up with one combination of technique and finish with this very nice Mawashi.
But she was trailing there 3 points to 1, but Ingrida Suchenkova of Slovakia has now come back. She's taking that lead with just 4 seconds still to go as she steps off the tatami. And there was an example of how Asel Kanai was leading pretty much all of the match. And then in his last couple of seconds, up came that kick from Ingrida Suchenkova and turned the table.
Yeah, so it's why it's very important don't stop fighting, because the match can change in some seconds. Match can change.
First medal for Ingrida Suchenkova from Slovakia. What about? Congratulations for her.
How the tables turn. Ingrida Suchenkova. There's the technique. Great shot there. Brilliant technique.
She follow up with a combination of jukis and finish with
Next category, male committed, minus 75 kilograms. Introducing first, Aka, wearing red, coming from Hungary, Karoli Gabor Harspataki.
Karoli Harspataki, Gabor, 25 years of age, Olympic bronze medalist.
From Belgium, Quentin Molen.
Quentin Molen of Belgium, 20 years of age, wearing the blue colours. He was a bronze medalist in the under-21 European Championships recently in Tampere in Finland.
And also, I think the guy from Belgium finished in the Youth Olympic Games in Argentina in, I think, was 2019. I think he
World Series.
Yes, he finished in, I think, silver medalist, I think. So it's two Olympians. One, Gabor from Hungary, bronze medal in the Tokyo 2020, and the Belgian guy is silver medalist. And Youth Olympic Games. Good throw, but was maybe it used two arms.
Harspataki was a bronze medalist in the Olympics in Tokyo, but the way he got into that round robin for the medals was spectacular. In the last second, he was up against Ken Nishimura Ken of Japan, who stepped off the tatami, dropped his hands, and Harspataki caught him with a Jonan roundhouse kick to secure his place and a guaranteed bronze medal. What a fantastic moment that was.
Yes.
That was fantastic.
Yes, very good throw, just one arm, so it's on ropes. Yes.
Up go the flags. There's the 3-point score. So when he took him down with two hands, it's not allowed, but he did that on that occasion with one hand. Just shows the experience that he has. 25-year-old takes his man down to the tatami again. Video review request from his coach.
He found a way to throw, so probably he'll try to do this again.
Yeah, but the video review did not go ahead because the referee decided to invoke a warning. Four points to 0. Harspataki leads. 1 minute, 50 seconds. Still plenty of time, though, for Mahudin. His coach is now asking for a video review as Haspataki takes another point.
Let's see if he's not too far away from target from the Suki from Belgium. I think was in target and it was a good distance, yes.
And a good score.
Yeah.
And you're right again. So, in the far distant future, when you decide to stop competing, perhaps refereeing or coaching, what would be your preference, Douglas, to stay within karate?
I don't know exactly. When I still competing, I still have some personal goals and in my career as athlete, but maybe for sure I want to be inside of karate, for sure.
Yes.
This is something that I will not open hand of this. I want to be inside of karate and help karate and also help the karate in my country. For sure. I will be inside of karate.
Excellent.
Karate changed my life, so I will try to share this because maybe karate can change other lives around the world.
Fantastic. Well, I wish you the best of luck. But before then, you've got a great deal more to offer karate, and particularly the World Championships coming up in Dubai, and no doubt you will be there.
Yes, for sure. And this is one of my goals. I have 4 medals in the World Championship, 2 golds, 1 bronze, and 1 silver. And I want 1 more medal. Of course, I want gold, but I want to 1 more medal, and I'm looking forward for this. I'm training very hard for this because this is one of my personal goals to get my 5 medals and at the World Championship. There is something that like a record because not many people has 5 medals in the World Championship.
Very, very few indeed.
So,
very few.
This is one of my personal goals.
Well, I would love to not to have to ask you to commentate with me, because if that were the case...
Me too. I like you, really, but I don't want to stay with you at the World Championship.
No. And these 2 athletes will also be looking to go to the World Championships, and Haspataki is looking very strong in this last 55 seconds. He leads 5 points to 1 against Maudin of Belgium.
Yes, good training. You said the Belgian athletes are not too strong in this kind of position, in the clinch position. So for sure, the Hungary guy, I take advantage of this.
8 points to 1 now he leads. If he scores another, it will create an 8-point differential, and there he will take the match. But there was a Jordan Mawashi, and then Mauden has stopped that 8-point differential potential there by scoring a Nippon a 3-point score with that kick to the head. 8 points to 4 is still Haspataki leads, and he has the century advantage. Still 22 seconds on the clock. Another one of those 3-point scores will make it really interesting if Mahoden is able to deliver that.
Yes, 1 knock already. Side kick, but I think was too close. So it was not a good distance.
There's the heel kick, and there was 1 flag.
Only 1 flag, yes.
But no opportunity for the coach to call for a video review because he's lost the card. Been a good one to call. So, the referee, Sharaputin Magomedov of Russia, calls the Yame and awards the win.
Bronze medal for Karoli Gabor Harshpataki from Hungary. Congratulations and well done, both of you. High scoring bout. Good.
So, Karoli Gabor Haspataki takes the bronze medal. Some really strong takedowns there.
Now you can see the throwing techniques. One hand only, and tsuki. It's very nice.
Osotogari.
Yes, and the punch is on the target, yes.
Kentucky wasn't so convinced that that kick was there.
Yes.
He put both arms up.
Of
Yes,
this
was too
category,
close and
male committee
it's
minus
very hard.
75 kilograms. Introducing now, a guy riding red from the Russian Federation, Asiman Mamedov.
Asiman Mamedov, 21 years of age. Continental bronze medalist as under 21.
From Slovakia, David
David Hodsklan of Slovakia, also 21 years of age, and also a bronze medalist, but as a cadet in the 2015 European Championships. David Podaskan, 2-0, 0-0, 5-2, and again a 0-0 draw. Getting into the bronze medal bout as the referee, Jahangir Babiev of Azerbaijan, gets them underway. Video review call from the coach of Mamedov, and it's for a kick to the body. You see the kick coming around the back. There's the kick. Now,
It's hard to see if there are some arm between the body and the maybe not, but it's a little bit close, so I don't know exactly what they're...
So you can hold on, but the technique must be immediate. You can see he's holding on the arm as he puts in the kick. And if that happens at the same time, it's possible that it can score, but it will be down to, and it is indeed a great call from the coach. 2-point score. And he also gets the century because it was unopposed, so there's already be the yellow dot on the graphic. There's another point.
Yes, good counter-attack from
Mamedov.
with Kizamizuki with a front hand punch.
There you see the yellow dot, the senchu. Another video review request from the coach of Mamedov.
Was a Jordan kick. I think a request for a Jordan kick.
There's the kick. Is it a double Mawashi double roundhouse kick? Or no, it was a hooking kick and then a roundhouse kick. 2 roundhouse kicks, but
The last one maybe is
the first one was certainly blocked.
fake, and that's it. No, yes.
Yeah, it wasn't perhaps have the vigorous application, didn't meet the 6 criteria. So no more video review requests can be put in from the coach of Ataman Mamedov.
One more time, he shift back, the hit block, and Gyakuzuki Chudan in counter with Kizami Jodan. It's a very nice way to counter. And the second point, in the same way. Second point in the same way.
Halfway through the bout, and it is Mamedov comfortably in front, 4 points to 0, and he has the senchu. So in this situation, Douglas, 4 points and a senchu against you, you obviously don't want to panic, but how are you going to...
Of course, you can choose to go in up with the tsukis, but you should to make 5 tsukis to win this match. So I think it's important to make maybe 1 kick, or maybe 1 wasari, 1 nippon, so you can get more time to find other solutions with punch, to try to draw, and maybe after you can't maybe push your opponent to lose senchu or something, do something like that. But it's for sure he needs to follow up to find for 1 high score.
Yes, he's got 1 minute and 5 seconds, but he's got to score 5 times if it's a 1-point score each time. It's not impossible, but it is becoming difficult now, isn't it?
Yes.
It's a roundhouse kick to the back again there from Mamedov. Just hopping around a little bit there. Could be that he hit an elbow or on that kick.
Yeah.
Even though there's plenty of padding and safety equipment, injuries can still occur.
Yes. .43 seconds, 4 points plus senchu, so it's a Slovakian guy is in a very hard situation. For sure, he needs to throw 1 high score technique, as Jordan Gady, something like that.
And Mamedov will obviously be aware of that. Particularly, he's trying to do these takedowns with these throws, and if Podsklan does a kick, it's possible to catch it, and then he can use 2 hands to catch if it is a kick. Podsklan goes for the punch.
Yes, was a good request. I think was in. Let's check on the video.
7 seconds still on the clock. It is for a 1-point score, but all points happen. Add to the purpose, if he can get a Yuko score here, then 1 kick and force the error, he's back in the game. So there was the block against that kick from Mamedov, and then the punch went in from Podsklan.
On this camera, I think will be better to check.
Yeah. And here's the punch there.
was in, but I think it's a little bit closer, a little bit close. Maybe it's not a good distance. Yeah, good distance.
Yeah, it was a good, valid score. So that's 1 point he's got back. Now, if he can score an ippon, it'll be 4-4, and if he can force that century to be lost against Mamedov, it gives him a real chance. So, but he's got to go for it. And just before Mamedov put in the punch, the buzzer went. It's not possible to score after the bell, after the buzzer. That doesn't matter because he has taken the bronze medal.
Asiman Mamedov, bronze medal for him. Congratulations.
Asiman Mamedov, another success for Russia.
So we have a new category on the way. Female committee, minus 68 kilograms. Bronze medal match number 1. Introducing first, Aka, wearing red, coming from the Belarus, Maria Alexeyeva. And calling now, wearing blue from the Russian Federation, Victoria Isaeva.
Female minus 68 kilogram category here for the 4th and final Karate One Premier League of the season in Moscow, Russia. Alexeyeva from Belarus is up against another fighter from Russia, Victoria Isaeva. Miroslav Lonka, the referee from Croatia, gets them underway. Alexeyeva wearing the red colors for Belarus. Bacarete, the signal to separate. That's a good thing, isn't it, Douglas, that the referees give the fighters a chance to break or to, with those signals, isn't it?
Yes, I think it's a good thing, the wakarate, because you don't need to stop the fight, and it's much more dynamic. The fight becomes much more dynamic. Of course, sometimes athletes be a little bit confused, a little confused with expression, wakarate with iame, and sometimes athletes don't understand exactly if it was iame or wakarite.
But that's important there for the referee to give clear signal.
Yeah, but sometimes you cannot see the referee because the referee is outside of the tatami. Yes. So you are fighting, and sometimes you just need to listen and you need to feel what's happened. But I saw, and we saw many times, athletes stopping fighting because they are thinking that was a EMA and it was not a EMA, it was wakarite.
So there's a...
So this is a very, athletes should be very, very careful with this and very, very attentive. So don't stop fighting, always checking, always indulging, always indulging.
And a message also for referees there, isn't there? To make sure that you're in good vision when the referee gives wakarete, so that the athletes can see clearly what's happening.
Yes, and of course, you are careful of your opponent as well. So because you will know that the wakarete is to separate, but sometimes in the wakarete, athletes they just separate, they just shift back and start one technique. So you should be very careful with this.
Yes, which they can do.
Yes,
absolutely.
So it's something it's very for athletes. It's something very they should put a lot of attention in this moment.
Yes, because wakarete is separate, but it isn't stop fighting.
That's it. That's it. This is the point. So you separate and continue fighting.
Yes.
So the time between separate and fighting is you decide. So this can be maybe 2 seconds, or maybe can be less than 1 second. You just separate and throw one attack again.
Exactly right. And protect yourself at all times.
Yes. Yes.
You see the score starting to unfold now in favor of Russia's Victoria Isaeva. 3 points to 1, she leads. The Senchu is being held by Alexeyeva.
Good one.
With a good point there from Isaeva, but as a video review request.
And you know, as an athlete, one thing that I feel is now is a little bit more difficult to understand the referee because the face mask.
Yes.
So it's something that, especially not only the referee, but also for our coach. Sometimes it's very hard to listen our coach because with the face mask, the sound not going out, you know, as much as you can as you can hear. So you should be very, very careful and try to be very, very attentive with our, to understand not only the referee but also your coach.
Well, the coach understood exactly what was going on there, didn't he? Because there's a point being awarded. And another video review request. This time for Alexeyeva. 4 points to 2. The lead stays with Isaeva. And let's have a look at the video review request. Here's the counter punch. There's the punch now. Did it pass? Does it look as though it went past, in your opinion? At home or wherever you're watching the program from, would you give it a score?
Yes.
Or wouldn't you?
No.
You see the punch, the red pad went past. So there were 2 video review requests. One was for red and the other for blue. The one for red, Alexeyeva, was rejected. But the one for Victoria Isaeva was awarded.
Yeah, the blue Zuki was inside and good target, good timing. And the red one was very clear, was the side of the head.
Another front hand punch there from Isaeva. Alexeyeva for Belarus, hunting her down. Into the last 3 seconds we go. And there is another fantastic attack from Victoria Isaeva. She'll get another 2 points, 7-2, with just 2 seconds left. Unassailable now, isn't it? Basically.
Yeah, now it's not much into the
Foul
from the Russian Federation, Victoria Isaeva. Bronze medal for her. Congratulations.
The Russian Federation are certainly turning out some fantastic fighters. Here's another example of one of them.
Yes, I think they do around 7 bronze medal match, so it's a lot. I mean, it's
dominating, isn't
yes.
it? And good quality,
Yes,
right through the
yes,
squad.
Yes. And for sure, they are in their country, so they are much more motivated. And they
Female commitment, minus 68 kilograms, bronze medal bout number 2.
I remember the World Championships in 1998.
In
Rio.
Yes, I was kid, but I was there.
It was fantastic.
It was fantastic.
We now have a chance to watch another Olympic medalist, Olympic silver medalist, and a current world champion.
Coming from Azerbaijan.
And here she is.
Welcome, the silver medalist at the Olympic Games, Irina Zaretska.
Irina Zaretska. What a magnificent fighter she is for Azerbaijan. Irina Zaretska, such a cool fighter, such a clever tactician. Knows exactly what to do and when to do it.
Yes, one of the strongest fighters in this division, for sure.
Referee for the match is Javad Salimi from the Islamic Republic of Iran. Adriana Gil Alvarez feeling intimidated by the world champion, the Olympic silver medalist. Looking for an opening. The counter punch coming in from Zaretska.
Yes, and the girl from Spain, Adriana, it's you can see it's very, very tall girl. For the division, it's very tall.
Is it a tall order here? Or is it going to be a score from Adriana Gilaveres?
Oh, in this camera, it will be more easy if you pass or not, or if inside. Maybe it's in. Let me check.
There's the punch that's being called there.
Look inside.
So one goes low, the other goes high. So if you are a judge, wherever you're watching this, would you give that a point or not? We're looking at the red punch. Did it meet the criteria? Was it fast? Was it on target? Did it have the correct distance? Did it have Zanchin? An important part of it, which is awareness. Did Adriana Gil Alvarez have all the intention to score a point? If you're convinced, would you give the score? I was.
Yes.
And so were you, Douglas.
Yes, was in.
It was a good score, wasn't it?
One. Yes, good call for a coach.
So that's 1-1.
Because the important thing in this, of course, is the point, but there are no censure for anybody, so this is also, it's very important. No censure advantage, so it's...
Everything equal at the moment, 1 point each.
coach from Spain are asking for a kick with the front leg. Good one. Good Kizamizuki from Adriana, and was perfect timing, 2 flags, and it scored.
So here's a consideration that, as you say, the coach was calling for a kick, but the athlete did a punch.
Yes.
Could that be part of a code?
Of course. Coach, the coach will ask for something that he thinking, then he see. But of course, you are inside. You know you should to decide the best way and the best timing to execute this technique that coaching are asking, or change this. And this combination of feelings, the athletes and coach, it's very important.
Absolutely. So they need to give information to the athlete, but not give information to the opponent.
Of course, and you need to process this information. So the coach tell you this, the information you should to process this as fast as you can and take one decision. And this is how it's working, especially when you are inside of the time fighting. It's too fast.
So here we have, in the last minute of the bout, the world champion, the Olympic silver medalist, Irina Zaretska, leading narrowly at this stage, 3 points to 2. There's another video review call.
Yes, Adriana asked for one Gyakozuki Jordan. I don't know if it's completely inside or if it's pressed a little bit.
There's also a video review call, a request from the coach of Irina Zaretska. The video review team will evaluate both. Well, the punch from Zaretska perhaps looked as though it went past. You see the punch high there.
Yes, from Zaretska, I think it's outside. Yes, and they say no, and no for both.
So neither of the coaches get the chance to make any more video review requests. And the match is now in the last 50 seconds, 3 points to 2. It's still the world champion, Olympic silver medalist, Irina Zaretska leading.
Adriana needs only 1 point. Only 1 point to undraw, and
because she has the senchu,
yes,
she would take the win.
Yeah, coach from Spain are asking to just continue, just follow up, because you're doing a very good work.
Into the last 10 seconds we go. Gilaveras desperately needs another point. If she can score one Yuko, she will win. If she forced Irina Zaretska off the tatami, she'll get a Hansoku Chui, but that won't mean anything because she's going to take the bronze medal. Clever tactics from Zaretska on the Douglas.
Yes, especially in the last minute, she did a very good work. She worked with the tatami. She moved to almost in the 4 corners, so she get time with this. So when you move to one corner to another corner, you get time. And if you are winning, this is a very important thing because you are fighting against the athlete, but also against the clock. So if you can get time in moving and using this kind of strategy, it's perfect.
Here we have one more category, male committee minus 84 kilograms. Introducing first, Aka wearing red from Belarus, Anton Isakov. Now, wearing blue from the Islamic Republic of Iran,
Men's minus 84 kilogram category between Belarus, another athlete from Belarus, Anton Asaku, silver medalist in the European Championships, and he is up against the fantastic Zabola Porshab. Porshab narrowly missing out on an opportunity to go to the Olympics because only one athlete per country can go.
Yes.
And it was the Olympic champion,
Yes.
Ganzare.
Yes, and he was the second in his division in the Olympic category. He was in the second one in the ranking, in the standing. And Sajad was the first one, so it's because why Sajad come to the Olympics and Zabi cannot have this possibility.
And it was an emerging of the two categories, minus 84 kilogram and plus 84 kilogram,
Yes.
which was such a pity, because to have seen
Yes.
Zabola Porshab in the Olympics would have been wonderful.
Also, the Tsuzukete is something very nice to referee, ask for the match, ask for a fight before stop it, because yes, we can say maybe 1 or 2 years ago they stopped the match.
And you end up with penalties
Yes,
and warnings.
so it's not some. Now it's much more dynamic. They just request, okay, let's go, guys, let's fight. And
Yes.
this is much more dynamic for our sport, and I think was a good implementation of this word and this asking.
It was a good example of that from the referee from the Russian Federation, Dmitry Asantev. Anton Asaku with that 1 point and century lead. Porshab trying to get him back on track. 6 Karate One Premier Leagues he's won in his career so far.
Yes, they cannot find the good distance. Now he finds, yes, perfect timing for Yakuzuki Chudan.
The backhand punch to the body.
Yes, there are one video review request for the Aka, I think was from Uraken.
And Uraken is a back fist strike. So these technical terms, there you see the backhand strike.
We need to see if it's in, or because he moved his back to down, so maybe it's not so clear the target.
So it has to be good form, vigorous application, zanchin, proper timing, correct distance. There's so many things to get right
Yes.
to score a point. And this time he got all of that right.
Good one.
Good call. And a very valuable point on the scoreboard. Once more, Isaku extends his lead by a further Yuko, further 1 point score. 3 points to 2 he leads. He also has the Senchu, the advantage, by scoring unopposed.
Yes, running coach request, because they exchange Kizamizuki. They exchange this front punch. And maybe it's inside also. No, it's pass. I think it's pass. I think it's outside. Touch, and after going out. Yes.
There we are. And there's confirmation. It was a no. Another video review request on the success of the coach of Anton Asaku. It seems to be going quite well, but he couldn't go ahead with the video review because there was a violation from the contact. But he does get to keep the card. Another point for Porshab.
Yeah, had 4 seconds, and he need 2 points. And of course, now 34 seconds on the clock, and you become a little bit, start becoming a little bit tired. And you should be careful with this because if you are tired, there are not too much vigorous application. There are not too much correct timing. There are not too much correct distance. So it's something that you should be very, very prepared.
Well, Asaku got correct timing, correct distance there because he got himself another point. 4 points to 2. Into the last 25 seconds we go. Zabiola Porshab for Iran, putting Asaku under pressure in the corner. Cleverly turns out of the corner. Tries that front hand attack once more. That would have been spectacular if that had come off.
Yes.
Didn't need to though. Takes the win, 4 points to 2.
Bronze medal for Anton Isakov from Belarus. Congratulations for him.
Sound win for Anton Isaku. 4 points to 2 and a bronze medal to go back to Belarus.
And there is another bout at this category, male committee minus 84 kilograms.
Staying with the minus
Introducing
84
first,
kilogram.
Aka wearing red coming from Azerbaijan, Pana Abdullayev.
Pana Abdullayev, Azerbaijan, silver medalist in Croatia this year in the European Championships.
Brian Timmerman.
And Brian Timmerman's slightly taller of the two. Referee Alexei Sorokin of the Russian Federation gets them underway. Abdullayev for Azerbaijan wearing the red colors. Timmermans, relatively unknown in terms of the Karate One Premier League or the World and Continental Championships. Hasn't had any medal successes just yet, but that could all change. Remember the spectacular Olympic qualification performance from Tariq Hamidi of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. He hadn't been taking part in any of the Karate One Premier Leagues and suddenly sprang onto the world stage at the at the qualification tournament, and then goes to Tokyo and becomes an Olympic silver medalist. Absolutely wonderful.
No, and he did a very good work, and he fighting very well in all, not only in the semifinal, in the final, but also during the round robin. He did a very good match and very tactical, very technical, and you see his power, and he did a very good work. He deserved that medal.
And here are opportunities where relatively new people, new athletes, get a chance to compete and show what they are capable of. Can Brian Timmermans in the blue colours from the Netherlands show us what he's made of. No score at the moment, 48 seconds still on the clock. Panad Abduliev of Azerbaijan, the only one with a European medal.
Yes, 30 seconds, and nobody can find some good timing for attack. Was too high Ashibarai, and there's a penalty.
Contact violation there.
Too close to the knee.
Well, just 25 seconds. There hasn't been a great deal of action between the two, so the judges will have a bit of a task on their hands to decide who should win this at the end.
Yes, and it will be a very difficult. It will be a very difficult hunter because both athletes are working during the match. What's very balanced, very balanced.
From a physical point of view, there was not a great deal between them. Psychologically, they may have been working hard. Timmermans trying now to do something to draw the support from the judges, but how will it go? And it's gone in favor of Panah Abduliev of Azerbaijan, all five going
So it's
to red.
from Azerbaijan, Panah Abduliev. Congratulations, bronze medal for him.
That's the only the second Hante decision of the program so far, and it's gone to Panah Abduliev of Azerbaijan.
So here we go, next category on our tatami here at the Cesca Arena, female committee, over 68 kilograms. Introducing first, Aka wearing red from Egypt, Zafira Abu Ismail. And calling now, power wearing blue, coming from Japan, Saito Ayaka.
We have Egypt versus Japan in the female plus 68 kilogram category. And this is Suila Abu Ismail of Egypt, 25 years of age. Karate One Premier League winner in Cairo in Egypt just last month. And from Japan, Saito Ayaka, 25 years of age. Was an under-21 Asian Karate Federation champion. Came through into the competition here in the Sayetska Arena, the central spiritual club of our army. Sayetska. Jahangir Babayev is the referee for the match. 3 minutes. Every time the referee calls halt in proceedings, the clock stops. If you've only just joined us, the way that you can score in karate is with punches or kicks. 1 point for a punch, 2 points for a kick to the body, 3 points for a kick to the head. All techniques must be controlled. The area is the tatami, this red square, 8 meters square. And that red area is this, gives the fighters an indication of where they may be stepping off the area, as we see here.
Yes, Japanese athletes have problem with the distance because Egyptian girl is too tall. So it's very hard to find distance and to go close it for attack. Probably she will try some Chudanzuki, try to ask for one technique from the Egyptian girl, try to do some counter with Yakuzuki Chudan. Maybe can be one of the tactics for the Japanese girl.
One of the top fighters for Japan, Miyahara Miho, often scores with a punch to the body. She goes in with her hand held high on her defending hand and then puts in that punch to the body. That's how she gets around the longer reach of her opponents. Can Saito Ayaka do the same? Ismail put in that head punch. Did she make too much contact, or is the referee satisfied? He seems to be. He's going to give her the point. There's a video review call from the coach of Saito.
Yes, it was a combination of Chuzukis from the Japanese girl. But I don't know if maybe pass, maybe not inside. Yes, it's not, it's pass.
So no score, no card left. Fast kick there.
Yes.
From the Egyptian fighter.
And long kick. Yes, this is one of the problems because it's very long leg, and so it's she can stay far away and kick, and is still in a good distance.
You see the flags going out to the side, indicating a 2-point score from the judges. Saito Ayaka of Japan being penalised for pushing. That was the signal from the referee. Into the last minute we go. It is still Sohaila Abismail of Egypt leading 3 points to 0. She also has the century advantage. to try and putting her opponent under pressure, but Abu Ismail is out of danger. Into the last 15 seconds we go. There's a high kick again from Abu Ismail. Referee just telling the coach to quieten down. He has to be seated in his area at the side. Seiko Ayaka not working for her today. Got another warning. 3 yellow cards. She's now on 4 seconds left. Abu Ismail looking comfortable as she takes the win and the bronze medal. 3 points to 0. That height difference.
Yes, this was, I think, for sure this was a big problem for the Japanese athlete, because it's very hard to find the distance. So you should to go too close to make your attack, and also it's a very good distance if you are tall in than your opponents. It will be much more comfortable for you. As you can see, she did a very good Mawashi Chudan, far away from the distance that the Japanese athletes are thinking that is out, but it's in its own, it's inside. It's a good distance. Look, it's a very good Mawashi Chudan.
Yeah.
And she are far away, but she have a very
long
good long
range,
leg.
wasn't it? Long range.
So it's
Female committee over 68 kilograms, bronze medal bout number 2. Introducing first, Aka wearing red, coming from Egypt, Mina Shaban Okina.
For the last of the female bronze medal bouts, this is the plus 68 kilogram category.
Wearing blue, coming from Brazil, Brenda Padilla.
Once more, one of your fellow countrymen, so to speak.
yes,
Douglas,
yes.
Brenda Padilla of Brazil.
Yeah, Brenda is a very is a young athlete from Brazil. It's from the new generation from athletes from Brazil, and I think it's the first time or maybe second that she did some bronze medal match in the K1, maybe the first one, and for sure she will perform very well.
Well, she has been a continental champion on 2 occasions at under 21 level.
Yes.
So she is up against a strong contender here, Mina Shaban Okila, just 21 years of age, a world junior bronze medalist in 2017, and she's also been a bronze medalist in the senior continental championships. Referee from the United Arab Emirates, Jabbar Al-Zabi. There's a halt to proceedings. Good example of the referee calling wakarete and the fighters breaking off and not falling foul once more.
Yes, both athletes are avoid from the techniques and going down and avoid all the time. So they couldn't find a right timing and good distance for a score. So that time you should have more patience and try to find the right way and the right timing. Because for athletes, it's normal when you try 1, 2, 3, you start to become more anxious and you start to throw more techniques than usual, and this can be sometimes it's not a good thing because
it almost becomes sparring rather than fighting.
Yes.
There's a score this time in favour of Arkilla, and it takes the century to go with that new code, the 1 point score. Century being the advantage. The advantage given if the score is unopposed from the other side. This is the last of the bronze medal bouts for the female categories. World champion in this division is Eleni Tsatsiliadou of Greece. She's not competing here. She no doubt will be competing in Dubai at the World Championships, trying to defend her title. But just a chance here to have a quick reflection on the safety equipment and the gi. You see the red markings depending on whether you're drawn red or blue. In the Karate One Premier League, the athletes have to wear a gi with the appropriate colours in the appropriate places, and they have their hand pads, their shin pads, their gum shield, chest protectors, all making the sport of karate very safe, Douglas.
Yes, this is something important for our sports because it's like a contact. Our sports like a contact sport, so to have this kind of equipment with this quality, it's very important for our safe.
And just that opportunity in that break when she was going along, fixing her gi, it gave her a chance to think about what's my next move, and up came that 3-point score, wasn't it?
Yes. And sometimes in this time, you use this time to breathe and to try to refresh your mind to what
like a kind of a reset.
Yes, exactly like this. And what they can do next. This is this kind of break. Sometimes you can use, if you know how to use in the right way. This is it's perfect for you.
Well, exactly the right way and exactly the right time for Nena Shavar Okila, who takes the bronze medal with that convincing win.
So it's time now for the big guys. Male committee plus 84 kilograms.
Male plus 84 kilogram, the heavyweight division of the male karate.
Here we have our referees coming onto our tatami here. And now let's introduce the competitors. Aka, wearing red, coming from Morocco, Mohamed El Bahri. Calling now, our wearing blue, coming from Azerbaijan,
Asiman Gurbanli.
Asiman Gurbanli, 29 years of age from Azerbaijan. He was a Karate 1 Premier League winner in 2016. He was a under-21 continental champion. He's up against Morocco's Mohamed El Bahri, 20 years of age. Another youngster, Douglas, just 20 years of age.
Yes, one more youngest athlete, and this is one more time. It's very important for our sports. We can see the new generation come and stronger, very stronger, and maybe in the first or second competition, the K1, they are doing some medal match, because we know that's very difficult to go to the medal match in the 1K1, because it's a very high level, and this shows that the new generation are coming very strong.
And they are coming stronger and stronger with every competition we see now, as we are back on the tatami in karate. Mohamed El Bahri was an under-21 world bronze medalist and a bronze medalist in the senior category in the UFAC African Championships, continent of Africa. The older Asiman Gurbanli of Azerbaijan, wearing the blue colours, under the watchful eye of the referee from Serbia, Milan Kovacevic. Roundhouse kick attack from El Bahri. Good counter punch there from Gurbanli, though. That was an example of great timing.
Yes. An example that you cannot make any mistake. But let's see if this front hand technique from Moroccan athlete was in. It's Kizamizuki.
Front hand punch there. Was it too far away? Did it meet the criteria?
No, I don't think so. And after he moved down, and before the hikete, he moved too much down the arm. So
there's confirmation of the decision. No score. There's a senchu to be awarded to go with that 1 point score. There is the yellow dot. We now see it on the screen.
Yeah, I have 1 minute, 15 seconds to change this.
Can't quite get that range properly, can he? He's a little bit out of distance.
Yeah.
So the arm is straight. The punch needs to have the potential to create an impact. It doesn't have to make contact, but it has to have the potential to.
Yes. Moroccan athlete fake. She used this timing to anticipate with Jordan Zuki. Was good.
Asiman Gurbanli extends his lead by another Yuko score, another 1 point score, using that great timing that you referred to. It's a roundhouse kick to the back, though.
Yes, now the fight will change because it's draw 2-2, but of course, Azerbaijan athletes still having the sanction, but now we just need 1 point.
So Al-Bahi firmly back in contention here for this bronze medal bout in the plus 84 kilogram Karate One Premier League in Moscow, Russia. Just 12 seconds left on the clock. Asiman Gorbanli of Azerbaijan, wearing the blue colours, carries that Senchu advantage, that yellow dot that you see alongside the number 2. That will be enough for him to win in the next 5 seconds, unless he's forced to fall foul of the rules. If that were the case, he'd lose the Senchu, and then it would be a 2-2 draw, and the referees would make a decision. But that isn't going to be necessary, because the Senchu, the difference, gives him the bronze medal.
Bronze medal for
And he marches on towards the World Championships
from Azerbaijan.
in good form.
Just by the sensual advantage.
Male committee over 84 kilograms, bronze medal bout number 2. Introducing first, Aka, wearing red from Egypt. Please welcome Hassim Ahmed Mohamed. And introducing now, wearing blue from Curaçao, Rob Timmerman.
Rob Timmermans from Curaçao. That's a country that we don't see so many fighters from.
Yes, that's, I remember maybe 15 years ago when I was a kid, there was very good athletes from there, because there are many athletes from Netherlands that moved to Curaçao because it's Netherlands Antilles. So
Yes.
they have some agreement for citizen. And so sometimes you can see many athletes from Netherlands fighting in Curaçao, in Netherlands Antilles. So it's, I remember this. This is a young guy. I don't know exactly if he was born in Curaçao or if he's from Netherlands, but fighting,
relocated.
Yes, by Curaçao. Yes, but for sure he will be in the Pan American Championship this year. It's very tall. It's very tall guy and also very technical.
Well, he's up against someone who won't be in the Pan American Games because he comes from a completely different part of the world, from Egypt. Hassim Ahmed Mohamed, just 19 years of age, slightly shorter than Timmermans, but he has been a world junior champion and twice a junior continental champion, even though he's just 19 years of age. But it is Timmermans who's putting the Egyptian under pressure. Punches going in from both fighters. There's no flags, but there is a video review call from the coach of Rob Timmermans.
Jordan Zuki, right? No, Jordan Zuki.
He certainly has got the reach. That long arm goes out to the face of Mohammed. Mohammed tries to go low with his reverse punch.
Maybe can make score. Was in the middle of the chest.
The chest is a scoring area. If it was strong enough.
Yes, this is the point. Maybe
If it was good enough.
yes.
It will score. If not, it will remain all level. And he would have lost the card. Down to the two referees in the bottom right-hand screen to make a decision. The timing looked pretty good. Whether the range was correct, there are 6 criteria, after all, to be met for any of the techniques to score. Seems to be quite a bit of deliberation going on. Perhaps they were looking for a different angle. Here we are. There's the punch. Has to be vigorous application, correct distance, correct timing, good form. Zanchin. Now, this is the signal that the referee gave here with his hands up to his eyes, was saying that they weren't in a position through the cameras to be able to see if it was a clear point or not.
Yes.
So that is Mienai.
Mienai, yes.
And with a Mienai, the coach gets the card back. So no point and no loss of card.
Yeah, that was not possible to see very clear the technique. I understand it's very hard because they exchange technique and they pull the Egyptian guy. They pull back the arm when they did the Gyakuzuki, and so it's very hard to see exactly.
If it met the criteria.
Yes.
It wasn't as hard to make a decision on that technique because the judges went with the score. So Mohammed gets the point and he gets the senchu. That was a fast counter punch there from Timmermans.
If you see the Egyptian guy, they asked the coach to the card, and the coach signalized with the head, no, I think it was not good one to request the card. So you can see this communication between athlete and coach.
Yes. One point each. Only difference being the senchu that is held by Mohammed. Referee just signalling that Timmermans stepped off the tatami. He does need to get 2 judges to agree. Only 1 did, so the match continues and no warning. There's a Hansoga Chui, and there is the senchu disappearing. It is now 1-1, and there is a 0.1 of a second left, and a video review call. Now this will be really interesting, won't it?
Yes,
Because if Timmermans' score is valid, he will take the win. If it isn't, it will be a ante decision.
Yes, it was a big mistake from the Egyptian athlete to. They didn't had any reason to move him back and to lose the century because he was inside the match. So
there's a 0.1 of a second left. That's why the clock is on 00, but you see the 0.1 on the side. Now the clock turns to red and it is time up. No score. And it will be a ante decision. And the majority will decide who is going to win the match.
yeah,
And the flags have gone, and the referee, all in favour of Timmermans. And that was a classic of how to give away a bronze medal.
that's it.
Timmermans from
And without
Curacao.
reason because he dominated the match. He was in century advantage. There are no reason to move back.
So this is the end of the individual categories this morning that we still have the kata team competition. So our tatami is getting ready for some kata action once again. And please remember, our gold medal matches will be at 3 p.m.
But there was a great chance to have a look at some of the images of the program so far.
This is our first category on our tatami here. Female Team Kata bronze medal match number 1.
So as we move away from Kibete, we go on to Team Kata.
Introducing first, Aka, Russian Federation Team. Please welcome Ksenia Kokareva, Anastasia Skobintseva, Eduarda Bell. Oh, red and blue, also the Russian Federation Team. Please welcome Polina Kotliarova, Daria Tunyakova, Maria Zotova. Aka Unsu, Ao Anand.
So in Team Kata, we have to look out for synchronization. That's a key element of the performance. There are two parts to the kata. There's the performance of the kata, and then the bunkai, which is the techniques that help to bring the kata alive and to help give explanation of what all these techniques mean. The first team is the Russian Federation, which is consisting of Kakareva, Skopintseva and Velk. And the teams have 5 minutes in which to perform both elements of the kata. And the choice of kata from the Shotokan system, Shotokan style, is Onsu. Team kata, the rectangles that we had for kumite are no longer there, but that's been turned over. That red square generally is only for kumite, gives an indication of where the kata should start and finish, but if the team were to step off the area, it doesn't make any difference to the evaluation. Key part of team kata are that the teams must not give any external cues. So watch out for any shrugs of the shoulder or noises from the team to give an indication of when to move. And you see in the background there 3 minutes and 14 seconds. That still remains of the 5-minute time limit. The second part of the kata, the bull tie. Teams get an opportunity to create the choreograph of movements and techniques. That's entirely up to them which techniques to use. But they have to try and portray the kata that they've chosen to do for this bronze medal match. So you should be able to recognize the techniques from the kata Onsu. Into the last minute of the time allocation, and if the team were to go over that 5 minutes, then they would be disqualified. So we only have 40 seconds left on the clock as they come toward the end, and the bow, and that stops the clock at 35 seconds. The judges will give their scores, put them into the computer. Both the kata and the bunkai have an equal weighting of 50% of value each. As we get set for our second team, also from Russia. Kotlyarova, Tolyakova and Zotova make up the second Russian Federation team. Their choice of kata is Anan from Shitobu, one of the four major stars of karate. That's the first part of the kata completed, and then they'll move into the bunkai, the demonstration of techniques, the explanation of what you just saw, for their interpretation of those techniques in the kata. Team kata was first introduced in Germany, in Munich. It has been a feature in the World Karate Championship program ever since. Although Team kata was not part of the Olympic program, this was only individual kata and individual kumite. Into the last minute. That completes the performance of the kata from our second Russian Federation team. Kotlyarova, Tulyakova and Zotova leave the tatami. All they can do now is await the decision of the judges. And here is the graphic looking for the technical scores. You can see the team in blue leading at that stage as the referee will make the decision. And this is Yaroslav Tarana from Canada.
The Russian team.
Puts up the
Congratulations to Polina
left arm, and the win goes to
Maria Sotova. Bronze medal for them.
Team Blue, let's call them, as opposed to Team Red from Russia, as both of them the Russian Federation. So congratulations. Kotlyarova, Tulyakova and Zotova from Russia.
So, one more. Female team kata bronze medal match number 2.
So here we have our judges. And now let's introduce the competitors. Introducing first Aka wearing red, Team Morocco.
For the second female team kata bronze medal bout between this time Morocco and Slovakia.
And calling now, very good, Team Slovakia. Please welcome Ludmila Machikova, Nikoleta Terashitska, Wanda Planova, Aka Gankaku Ao Anan.
So as the referees leave the tatami and the teams prepare for their performance, first up in red, Team Morocco, Agalman, Betali and En Nesri from Morocco. Their choice of kata is Gankaku. And this kata is all about balance. The reason that there was a slight hesitation in starting their performance was because of the computer system for the judges, which is now being resolved. Is the first of the balance points I made reference to. And watch how the backhand come down and sink down onto the back leg in the high side kick. And that was really quite well done. So the three of them maintain the same balance. That would be better if it was a fluent movement into that. There's a slight misbalance there from one of the players. All of which should be taken into consideration. Another one. Now, if it's a minor loss of balance, it's a foul. It's such a difficult kata to perform. And particularly standing on a tatami, a relatively soft surface, much more difficult to hold the balance. But that's the choice of kata. The choice of kata in the first round was Suparente. Just 27 seconds left on the clock. And that completes the kata gankaku on Team Morocco. There were a few areas that could have been performed better, particularly in relation to balance. We'll have to see how Team Slovakia fare when they come onto the tatami. Pachikova, Merasichka and Vanova preparing to perform the kata anan. They've already performed Goji Shihodai. to me, issues in that performance from Team Slovakia. We'll obviously be using this as training and preparation for the World Championships. There are techniques in Team Kata that aren't allowed in Kumite. For example, different hand techniques to the face, where you could get fingers to the eyes. But in Team Kata, those techniques can be put in with much more controlled. It's a much safer environment. These competitors have been practicing the kata over many, many months and sometimes years. Certainly teams of the highest level can achieve some fantastic explanations of the kata through the bunkai. Just 37 seconds left on the clock. Team Slovakia come to a conclusion. We just await the scores from the judges. So the referee, Ashkar Moldgali from Kazakhstan. There's the scores, 16.1, 16.24. Slovakia in the lead at this stage, 7.02 against 6.72. And it looks a conclusive win. And it is, in fact, Team Slovakia.
Team Slovakia, bronze medal for them. Congratulations.
So those lost.
Ludmila Shikova, Nikoleta Merashishka, Wanda Vanova, congratulations.
The loss of balance there, costing dearly for Team Morocco. And it is Team Slovakia who take the bronze medal. Pachikova, Meraska and Vanova.
So we have another Russian affair coming up. Male Team Kata bronze medal match number 1.
Male Team Kata will be next. 2 bronze medals at
Here we
stake.
have our judges, and now introducing first, Aka wearing red, Team Russia. Please welcome Maxine Xenofontov, Mehmar Arzaev, Emil Eskoborodnikov. And calling now our wearing blue, Team Russia. Please welcome Danila Vorontsov, Danilo Divyarev, Nikita German, Aka Unsu, Unsu as well.
Once more, two teams from Russia, both from the Shotokan style. Referees take the formal bow. As the red team from Russia make their way to the starting position. Razayev, Kensuro Fontov, and Skovorodnikov. The choice of kata, Ansu. They performed Goju Shiho Sho in the first round. Stances, that furidachi with that back leg bend. This is kibadachi. This is the furidachi. All of the stances have to be performed in the correct manner. Sanchin dachi and shikodachi. So that completes the first part of the kata. Then it'll move into the bunkai. They would have been relatively pleased with their performance so far. really great range of different techniques through that particular sequence. There needs to be areas of realism of the kata, the haito, reach hand strike, the takedowns, the throws and the punches. Moving into the last minute. And that was an example of one of the round kicks that you would have seen as they started the kata, where they dropped to the floor. We don't have a full house. We have plenty of support here in the Setsky Arena in Moscow, Russia, for the fourth and final Karate One Premier League of the season, as the first of the two Russian teams finish. And a good performance there from Razaev, Skovorodnikov and Katseno Fontov. Our second Russian team now, Brantov, Degiraev and German make their way to the starting position, and their choice of kata is also Ansu. So an opportunity for you to make a direct comparison of the katas between both of these Russian teams, but also to make a comparison between any differences in the bunkai and their interpretation of Ansu. So the first part of the kata, or the kata itself, can only have slight variation. So you should see very, very similar kata performance between the two teams. However, the bunkai is for their interpretation of those moves. And there you will be able to see differences between the two teams. Good height for that jump. It landed in unison. Synchronization is a key part of the criteria. Two areas are very similar to the individual kata, both technical and athletic performance. Technical gives a 70% weighting against 30% of athletic. 3 minutes, 10 seconds as they start the bunkai sequence. That was very good. And a different interpretation. Oh, we come to the end of that kata. 30 seconds left on the clock. So the two Russian teams now just awaiting the scores to decide who's going to get this. Will it be red? Will it be blue? Milan Kovacevic, the referee from Serbia, makes his way across the tatami. 70, 7-8, 7-5 in favour of the red team. How does that compare? And it is a win for red, 25-8 against 23-15. The stronger of the two teams.
Maxime Ksenov on top. Mehmar Arsaev, Emil Skovorodnikov. Congratulations.
Oh, David Skovorodnikov punching the air with his teammates. Kazen Fonotov and Arzev as they leave the tatami. A very credible bronze medal, and they'll be looking to go to the World Championships to represent Russia. This is how they did that.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the last bout of this morning program. Male team kata bronze medal match number 2.
So the last of the bronze medal bouts about to take place. Again, it is in the male team kata.
So calling first, Aka, wearing red, Team Morocco. Please welcome Bilal Ben Kassim, Mohamed El Hani, Adnan El Hakimi. And introducing now, wearing blue, Team Gray. Please welcome Syed Mohamed Al-Mosawi, Syed Salman Al-Mosawi, Mohamed Hussain, Aka, Yusi Hosho, Ao, Unsu.
Both teams lining up here. Morocco in the red colours, they will be going first. This is Ben Kassim, El Hani and El Hakim. Referees are making their way to the position behind the table alongside the tatami. The Sawi brothers, of course, will be eagerly waiting to get onto the tatami along with Hussein. Team Morocco will go first. Their choice of kata is Goju Shiho Sho. They performed Ansu in the first round. Ansu being the kata that was chosen by both those teams from the Russian Federation. This is Kibadachi, Fudadachi. Names of those stances, Shikodachi. And the judges will be looking to see the foot position is correct, the hand positions are correct, the symmetry in their stances is the same. Good speed on the turn. Look at the hand positions. Are they the same? Are they in the same place? Is the timing correct? All of that at this stage of the kata is looking very good. Team Morocco. A well-established team from Morocco. Benkasem El Hani and El Kakimi have all been working for several years as a team. The team trying to get a good level of speed in the athletic performance of the kata. The faster the kata, the less tolerance there is for error. Taking risk is all part of the performance. Satori scorpion kick. We just got the wow from the crowd here in the Saskia arena. Didn't come off quite as well as it did a little earlier. Moving into the last minute. Very dramatic. Will it convince the judges? To reflect the kata, an element of realism. As the clock comes to close. Go to Shiho. What can Team Q8 with the Al-Masawi brothers, Sayed and Sayed Salman, accompanied by Mohammed Hussein. Their choice of kata, Ansu. The first round they performed the kata sansei. 102 katas on the list of the WKF that they can choose from. The bunkai, the second part of this 5-minute time slot, is only necessary in medal bouts. Good timing, good speed, so the athletic performance was good. Here's a big jump. Turn into the stance for the dash and jumping. Now into the bunkai. Al-Masawi twins and Mohammed Hussein. They've performed this routine many times. And it's looking quite polished. Very clever. And as the World Championships are drawing near, it will be in Dubai, in the United Arab Emirates in November. This is a last chance on an international stage to perform and to prepare themselves for that challenge to come in Dubai. into the last minute. There's the bow. Clock stops. Scores will be revealed in a short while. So, your thoughts at home, wherever you're watching the program from. Your opinion, should it be red or should it be blue to take the bronze medal here in Moscow, Russia, in the fourth and final Karate One Premier League of the season. Just a slight delay is because of the technical issues. There's the score. You hear the beep now. Just awaiting the referee to make their way to the other side, and the graphics will give the scores. Bulgar Karamov of Azerbaijan, 16-9-4 for Morocco in technical, 7-3-2. What is the score for Kuwait? Will it be good enough? Yes, it will. 25.14. And the winner is Team Kuwait.
Kuwait. Congratulations and bronze medal for Syed Mohammed Al-Moussawi, Syed Salman Al-Moussawi, Mohammed Hussein. Congratulations. So, as you know, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of this morning program. See you later at 3 p.m. with the gold medal matches.
Дамы и господа, итак, закончилась утренняя часть наших соревнований. Разыграны все
Chance to have a look at the best images of the session.
Часа на золотые поединки. Сейчас объявляется перерыв. Спасибо.
So Team Kuwait taking that well-earned bronze medal and preparing themselves for the upcoming World Championships. That's going to be spectacular with world and Olympic champions. And here we are for the images of the day so far. So we come to the end of the bronze medal session. here at the 4th Karate One Premier League in Moscow, Russia. And please don't go too far away because we have so much more karate to come. All of the gold medal bouts, world and Olympic champions to savour. Hope to see you soon. I'm Billy Brennan.